and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? May I invite you to stand for the playing of our national anthem. Just a little bit longer while Unique will lead us in prayer.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Let us pray. 3 John 1, verse 2. Beloved, I pray that in all respects you may prosper and be in good health, just as your soul prospers. Lord, we give you thanks for this day, for the gift of life, good health, and being of sound mind, body, and spirit. Lord, we are thankful for the success of day 1 of the Health and Wellness Tourism Conference, and we commit the activities of today into your hands. We ask that you bless all those who are present that have contributed to the seamless production of this event, and that you grant journeying mercies for all those who are en route. As we continue to explore together a whole new era of health and wellness, we pray that like minds will unite to make the vision a reality of Jamaica being one of the top destinations for health and wellness tourism. Lord, we pray for continued strength as we carry out the work put before us to build our nation to be a place to live, work, and raise families. Let us always be mindful, Lord, to treat one another kindly as wellness begins on the inside and manifests on the outside. We pray that while today is a day of teaching and imparting knowledge, that learning and transformation will also take place. We ask, Lord, that we will leave here renewed, restored, and having a refreshed energy. In your name we pray, Lord. Amen.
Please be seated. Unique Priestley, thank you so very much. That puts us on the right footing. And as if that was not, setting the path for wellness, we have just a little bit more to make you even more relaxed. So would you please direct your attention to the screen where we're going to now just use some drumming to bring the mood a little bit closer, all right? How's that? So we're off to the movies.
noticing the feeling in the body, noticing the cells activating themselves. Just allowing yourself to sit in that beautiful space that you have conjured. Your connection to nature, and nature connecting to you through the breath. Allow the breath to just continue being natural, naturally breathing in and out at your pace. When you have that moment to reflect and you're ready to open your eyes, and just look around from right where you're at. Look and see what you can see. Connecting with nature.
Oh. You know, I saw a study coming out of Harvard, and they have just discovered what we have known a long time ago, that drumming has healing properties. People who listen to this kind of presentation, it has healing, calming properties for the body and the mind. And so it is important that we learn to value the things that we have here in this country, because sometimes we're way ahead of the rest of the world. So, having said all of that, I'd like to invite you to join me in saying, may I be well, happy, and peaceful. And with that, I think we're off to a wonderful start. Okay, so please allow me to acknowledge our dignitaries and guests, and we'd like to start with the Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Dr. Carey Wallace. Hello, Doc. We have with us the General Manager of the Montego Bay Convention Center, Ms. Maureen James. I know she's around here someplace. I saw her this morning. She said hello to me personally. We have with us the Chairman, Health and Wellness Tourism Network, Mr. Kyle Mays, and the Director of the Tourism Linkages Network, Ms. Carolyn McDonald Riley. Want to just say thank you so very much for being here with us this morning. And, you know, I should also, before we go anywhere else, just to mention we have a distinguished group of people who form our panelists, and they will be taking us through some very insightful discussions throughout the course of the day. We'd like to thank them as well as our exhibitors. And while I'm on that note, may I invite our exhibitors to join us in the center stage, please, if you don't mind. Just move over and join us here. We'd love to have you with us in the main, all right? All our exhibitors, please, you know, feel free to come on over and join us. Now, I'm going to ask you to do that, to respond. Don't let me come over there now. Okay. Okay. And as well, I'd like to say hello to members of the media, my colleagues in media. Thank you so very much. And we also have with us students. I said yesterday, and I'm saying it again, the wellness message, the health and wellness message, for it to go forward, it has to really be sold to our students, the young people, because they're the next generation, and they will be carrying the message forward. I think, is that Mouchette High School I see you there? Huh? Sorry? Okay, good, good. Welcome. Nice to have you here with us this morning, okay? Yeah. Welcome them, please. Yeah. They are the ones who will be taking the message beyond the walls of this convention center. And of course, you know, this year we have included a health and wellness trade show. And this trade show is it's showcasing local businesses from across the health and wellness sector. They're offering products, services, and experiences. And these are the individuals that we would really like to ingratiate, get them involved in the process, because there's just so much more to this network that we can offer. And we started yesterday with the different talks by the different panelists offering expertise, and we will continue throughout the course of the day, because there's a lot of information that if it is noted and acted upon, then we will definitely be able to tap into this industry. It's a $4.4 trillion industry, okay? And a friend of mine did the math yesterday, and that converted to over 670 trillion Jamaican dollars, okay? That's a mind-boggling figure, right? So, you know, there's a lot of money out there to be made, so I don't want to hear anyone saying, oh, well, you know, I don't know where to find money, because if you listen carefully, make some good notes, then you will definitely be able to cash in on what we have to offer. Also want to say welcome and thank you to our participating businesses, because without them, we wouldn't be able to do this. We'd also like to acknowledge our partners, the Ministry of Tourism and its agencies, the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, JAMPRO, JMEA, JBDC, the Exim Bank, Bay West Wellness Clinic, RADA, the Development Bank of Jamaica, ATL Automotive. You know, thank you to all our sponsors for being there with us. As we move down the line, we also have the Bureau of Standards Jamaica. And we just about want to say thank you to all of them, because without these persons, we would not be able to do this health and wellness conference. And so I'd like to ask you to just give them a round of applause to make them feel appreciated. Just about here, we have a special welcome from the Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Dr. Kerry Wallace. So while your hands are still warm, please welcome him.
Good morning. All right, great. It's my pleasure to be here to do the welcome on the second day of the fourth staging of the Tourism, Health and Wellness Conference. Now, I'll start out with the big picture. The idea is that Jamaica has incredible assets, and our job as Jamaica nationals is to convert these assets into a great and highly beneficial quality of life for our people, correct? We see many African countries, for instance, where on the ground they have these wealth of gold mines and diamond and copper mines, yet the people on the surface are some of the poorest in the world. It's a travesty. We see Guyana just discovered reservoirs of oil, and we want, as Caribbean brothers and sisters, to see that wealth that they found converted into wealth for the people of Guyana. In fact, maybe spilling over into the Caribbean. Now, Jamaica's wealth is our natural and cultural assets. It's our beaches, it's our rivers, our mountains, our valleys, our waterfalls. It's our people, our music, our plants, our medicine. That is what we have as our assets. And that's why we're here today, continuing to convert those assets into wealth for our people. Now, Michael, Anthony, I heard you speak of the $4.4 trillion industry that the global wellness sector contributes. And I'll give you some more numbers. For Jamaica to become first world, we would need to have an average income per capita of 40,000 US or more. So 40,000 at 150 works out about 6 million. So I know, Dr. Spencer, that's what you have in your back pocket right now, but I'm talking the average, the average Jamaican would have to be making that kind of money for Jamaica to be considered. When you pay our taxes, the kind of revenues from our taxes would be able to bring our hospitals to first world standards, bring our roadways to first world standards, bring our police officers, every one of them would have their own car, just like how it is in first world countries. And at that point, the lines at embassies and so on would be the other way around. It wouldn't be Jamaicans trying to get out. It would be, well, certainly the Jamaicans abroad rushing to come back home, as well as other persons trying to come to the island of opportunity. Instead of us thinking of the US as the land of opportunity, we would become the island of opportunity. Now the ingredients are here. The minister spoke about it yesterday, referencing the almost unfair advantage that we have from a nutraceutical and cosmeceutical standpoint, just the amount of indigenous herbs that we have in Jamaica compared to the rest of the world. It almost appears unfair. We launched the Beaches, Trails, and Parks magazine yesterday, and hats off to Chairman Kyle Mays and his team and the Linkages Council for putting this outstanding document representing all the mountain ranges, the trails, the parks, the beaches that we have across this blessed country, the diamonds, if you will, the gold that we have here. Because it's a conversion of this to wealth, which means tourism. It's where this value, we the people make sure it's well presented, make sure it's safe, make sure it's accessible. Using our innovation and creativity, we add value to it. That translates into visitors who are from other countries, who would take their time off, who would save up all their money, who would travel all this way to come and immerse themselves in this experience. So this represents incredible beauty, an incredible natural asset. But the true gems are you, the people. It is how we collaborate. It is how we focus. It is how we take action to move this blessing that we've had into conversion of wealth for our people to get to first world status. I believe it's very, very possible in our lifetime. We know where we are today. There are a few challenges. But the country is moving and moving forward. At 11 o'clock, I'll have to leave to go across the road to participate in the groundbreaking of the Unico hotel that's coming in, 2,000 rooms of high-end rooms that are coming in, adding to the Montego Bay landscape, tourism landscape. And the minister spoke yesterday about all the additional rooms that are coming in. Additional rooms meaning additional bodies in those rooms that who will need to have these experiences out there, will need to buy your products that you have displayed here. And so I just want you to see the value of what we're doing. It is taking the assets, presenting them. It is building out the capacity of, in this conference, the health and wellness sector of Jamaica. And we've done many other things throughout the year, Kyle will tell you about it, to help to build out the capacity of the health and wellness sector. But at the same time, we're building out the gastronomy sector in the Linkages Council. At the same time, in our projects department at TEF, we're building out infrastructure, fixing roads to attractions, building the bus stops that you're seeing there, the Harmony Beach Park that we partnered with UDC to develop. So a lot of work is being done advancing Jamaica towards that first world status. But each of us have a role to play. And I'm just so thankful that you are playing your role in developing your products and services to add to the volume of reasons why visitors should choose Jamaica over our competing islands. When you think about it, Cayman or Turks and Caicos, do you know how many mountains they have? 0. Not even one mountain. Do you know how many mountains Jamaica has? It's countless. I have never had an answer to that question. How many mountains does Jamaica have? Because it's just too many. So no mountains in Cayman or Turks means no rivers. It means no waterfalls. It means none of the biodiversity that's created by being in a tropical climate and then having the different altitudes. And so that advantage that we have, that richer gold, so to speak, is what we really need to do the conversion. But with all that beauty that we described, the greatest asset of any nation is its people. And so I am just proud standing here before my outstanding Jamaicans. Each of you have to think of yourself as the Usain Bolt or Shelley Ann Fraser of what you do, the business you do, the entrepreneurship programs that you're working on. Think of yourself, because I'm Jamaican, I can't just be ordinary. I have to be extraordinary. Yeah? Love that. So with that, I'll just wish you a very extraordinary day. It's really, really lined up well. We have our professor from the Caribbean Maritime University, my good friend, Professor Andrew Spencer, who will give a fireside chat coming up shortly. We have the wellness and tourism value chain, just showing tourism, the wellness sector, the farmers, all throughout, everybody who makes money along the value chain to supply to the visitors. We have the fitness focus in health and wellness tourism. So it's one thing to be well and healthy. It's another thing to have a hot bod. Right? To be well toned, to be at that level where your body matches the wellness of your mind. We then have the spas of the future. That's an exciting one where we look to what the trends are, where the industry is growing. Can we, with all the knowledge that we have in Jamaica, take advantage of the trend instead of trying to follow behind it? Can we buck the trend and catch it up as it curves forward and be ahead of the pack? As I said, we have to think of ourselves as record breakers, Usain Bolts, Shelley Ann Frasers, and so on. And here's the real one. Hit me with music. Exploring opportunities for Jamaica in music and wellness. We know we are outstanding when it comes on to music as well. I mean, when the world, I see some of the youngsters, and I know they weren't born. They weren't born when we had the millennium. Can you imagine that? It's how we're aging ourselves, Prof. When 2000 came around, they weren't born. But what the world did was they did a measure, and they looked at all the music that was produced in the whole millennium before. And they wanted to vote and give a winner. And of all the countries and of all the music that was produced, do you know who won? Twice. Song of the Millennium, was it? Album of the Millennium, and Song of the Century. Bob Marley. One Love was the song, Exodus was the album. Little Jamaica. So I'm telling you, the world is expecting a first world Jamaica. The world is expecting it. I think when we become first world, and we'll beat with chest and say, we're first world now, the rest of the countries are going to say, really, all this time? You were so popular, you had so much going for you already. We thought you were first world already. So really, that's our mission here, to convert our assets that we have into wealth for our people. And I'm so pleased that you're here participating. Thanks to all the team that have made it possible. And I wish you a great and fantastic day.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Kerry Wallace. All right, so, you know, yesterday we had a really fantastic day. I mean, we were off to a great start, and we had some very interesting panel discussions going on, and a lot of information. We had great questions from the audience. We had our students involved, and they were here, and they just, they were part of the discussion, okay? And today, I'm expecting the very same from you guys, all right? So we're gonna work together here, because as I said before, and we really mean this, you are very much a part of what we're doing, okay? Now, the Minister of Health and Wellness could not be here with us, but as you would know, he's very much a part of what we're doing here in the sense that, it's health and it's wellness. And, the wellness portion was added to the ministry because I think the idea was to emphasize the importance of wellness and the role it plays in our minds and in our bodies. He couldn't be here with us this morning, so through the magic of technology, we have him here with us, and so if you don't mind, he'd like to say hello to you all.
Dr. Kerry Wallace, Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Professor Andrew Spencer, President, Caribbean Maritime University, Mrs. Carolyn McDonald Riley, Director, Tourism Linkages Network, presenters, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My congratulations to the Tourism Linkage Network, a division of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, on the hosting of the 4th Annual Jamaica Health and Wellness Tourism Conference. And my thanks to the Ministry of Tourism for inviting the participation and collaboration of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. This conference, ladies and gentlemen, provides an important space for the exploration of the theme that is important as it is timely, and I quote, a whole new era of health and wellness. As we contemplate this theme, I want to remind us of 3 things. The first is the current health profile of the population in Jamaica, which shows the significant non-communicable diseases, including hypertension, diabetes, and cancers, with which we are faced. 1 in 3 Jamaicans has hypertension, 1 in 8 have diabetes, and 1 of every 2 is obese or overweight, which is a modifiable risk factor for NCDs. It says to us that we must give attention to our lifestyle choices, which hold implications for our health. We need to move more, exercise more. We need also to pay attention to what we eat, including in many instances the abundance of salts and sugars, not to mention industrialized trans fatty acids. We must also do our routine health checks, a need punctuated by the data which shows that 4 of every 10 Jamaicans with hypertension, as well as 4 of every 10 with diabetes, are unaware that they have these conditions. We have to fix that. The second thing I want to say to you is that we must take personal responsibility for our health. As Minister of Health and Wellness, yes, we have a responsibility to the public to create the enabling environment for good health, from our policy making to the design and implementation of projects, programs, and community-based activations. However, it is up to you to make the decision to participate and also to make best efforts to remain healthy. Prevention, ladies and gentlemen, is always better and cheaper than cure. The third thing I want to talk to you about is public-private partnerships in public health. We have a saying in Jamaica, 1 hand can't clap. This is true in public health, and it is truth that has been demonstrated time and again, including in our recent experience of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is through partnerships with our people and various professionals, including our private doctors, as well as with our neighbors within the region and with international development and country partners, that we were able to successfully navigate the COVID-19 pandemic. We must build on the lessons learned from these partnerships and be deliberate about nurturing them even as we form new alliances in the public health interest. Globally, Jamaica is ranked as one of the best places to vacation. We have the food, the music, and fantastic attractions. Critically, however, we also have the beautiful, friendly, and committed people. At the same time, we must ensure that the people are already healthy and that it takes all of us, each recognizing our individual and collective roles as we take on this whole new era in health and wellness. One that is driven by new technologies that affords us telemedicine options and where we use things like animal assisted therapy to improve health outcomes for all. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, we have an NCD problem that needs our attention to our lifestyle choices. We must take our responsibility for our individual health. We must work together to ensure the best health outcomes. Within the tourism space, given this focus on health and wellness, it is important that the synergies between tourism and public health be established, be promoted, and be strengthened. The tourism industry cannot function at its optimal level unless it shares the space with the health space. Indeed, many tourists who come to Jamaica to enjoy themselves, to enjoy our people, to enjoy our scenery, to enjoy our cuisine, oftentimes overindulge in this level of enjoyment. It is the health space that provides for them an opportunity for balance. And so I do hope that this conference will lead to a stronger relationship where public health and health generally, one health for all, will be integrally involved in the very amazing tourism product, the beauty of our country, the beauty of our people that we have to offer to the rest of the world. At the same time, I do hope that this beauty will provide levels of therapy for our visiting friends that promotes in and of itself the health and wellness that we all seek. It is so important that part of relaxation is mindset and the mental health that is so critical for satisfaction in life, for productivity, and for great thought and innovation. So once again, commendations to you all, to the organizers, to the presenters, and from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, we wish you all the very best and again hope that this exercise will strengthen the relationship between health and tourism. Thank you and have a good day.
Okay. Our Minister of Health and Wellness. Now, for those, let me see the hands of those of you who were here yesterday. Aha. And for those of you who didn't have your hands up, where were you and why weren't you? Never mind, just kidding. So, for those of you who weren't around, yesterday Minister Bartlett reminded us of the importance of investing in health and wellness tourism, which, as I mentioned earlier, it's valued at over 670 trillion Jamaican dollars. Okay, that's 4.4 trillion US. That's just to give you a sense of how much money we're talking about here. Okay. Now, Minister Bartlett also charged our local suppliers and product services and those folks involved in that health and wellness sector to seize the opportunities to expand their lucrative wellness tourism sector because there is money to be made there. And interestingly enough, since 2019, the conference has brought together leaders in the health and wellness tourism industry from not just Jamaica, but the Caribbean and around the world. And this year is no different. Absolutely not. We decided that we will continue that standard of excellence. And so we have in our thematic areas for discussion, it includes things like wellness in the community, wellness travel and experiences. We also have gastronomy and wellness, health and wellness, tourism value chain, wellness music, which will, by the way, be the final panel discussion. Agent Sasko is going to be here, guys, so, he'll also do something. And, we have really gone all out to make this thing very special. This year, we have included a health and wellness trade show. And it's very, very special because the, the organizers saw the benefit of having the players directly involved in this so they could, get firsthand knowledge of how they may be able to benefit from this very lucrative area. Minister Bartlett was over there yesterday, and he introduced a number of us to, the individuals involved. They spoke a bit about what they did. So, they were well represented, and I think that, the impression, generally speaking, was that, they could see the value. It was a value added in what we were doing. So, we would now like to just say thank you to all of our exhibitors for seeing the value in what we are doing and being a part of this health and wellness event. Okay? I think you should give yourselves a hand, as a matter of fact. Yeah. Now, we are joined again by the magic of technology. We have folks online joining us because we're streaming live as well, just to emphasize the importance of what we're doing. And there have been, the viewers online, they've been here with us yesterday, and the feedback has been quite good, actually. And so they're back with us again this morning. And let me just, again, say a very special welcome to them because we do appreciate your being there and being a part of what we're doing. And, of course, if you have questions at all, just as you would know for the first-time viewers, feel free to send them to us here, and we will direct them to our panelists because we'd be happy to hear from you. Okay. So, it's now time for our very first session. We're going to be having a fireside chat. And, guys, you weren't here yesterday. Never mind, we're not going to see any fire on stage here, okay? The fire is going to be in the content, so pay attention here. Okay, we're going to be speaking with the president of the Caribbean Maritime University, CMU for short. He is Professor Andrew Spencer, and he's going to be speaking to the topic, Restoring Nature and the Blue Economy. Two very vital areas. So if you don't mind, please help me welcome my very special guest at this time. Professor Andrew Spencer. Welcome, Prof.
Thank you.
Yeah. Make yourself at home.
Right by the fireside, right?
Yeah. Just pretend there's a fire someplace.
It's fireside by the seaside.
Fireside, I like that. Yeah. Fireside by the seaside. Yeah. So, listen, you are someone who is well respected. As a matter of fact, just prior to your arrival, I was talking to some of the folks here, and they were saying that you were actually you lectured them. Yeah. So and they had glowing reports, nice things.
And it tends to age me when people say that I lectured them, but yeah.
Well, listen, I know you have a lot to share with us, so let's just get straight into it. We're talking about the restoring nature and the blue economy. Now, if you would just sort of give us a sense, just put that in context for us, and then I'll allow you to just, run along, because I know you have a presentation that you want to share with us as well, okay?
Right, that's correct. So I want to applaud the organizers. I've always had the greatest respect for those involved with the Tourism Linkages Network. They have a sense of what is important. And so this morning they have thought it fit to engage in a discussion on the blue economy. And I hasten to say that I'm a tourism academic and practitioner first. And the fact that tourism is engaging in a discussion on the blue economy is very important. It's critical. If you think about a lot of what we've been able to to earn from in our very beloved industry. It has to do with the blue economy. And in a minute, I'll define that broadly, but having a discussion about the potential of the blue economy and restoring the nature in our future is going to be important to achieving what Dr. Wallace pointed to as us becoming a first world or a developed nation. The blue economy has so much more that we can extract, much more than we can extract from our land mass. And so that's really where I want to take the discussion today.
Okay, so when we say the blue economy, can you sort of break that down for us, exactly, so we can have a sort of a mental picture of what we're talking about here, the blue economy.
I decided to preempt you, and it really just looks at the overall economic value that we can extract from our ocean resources. Okay, and we're talking about near shore, we're talking about further off, but one of the slides I actually have prepared today points to the fact that most of our island destinations of the Caribbean have greater ownership of the water surrounding their land in terms of the extent and the expanse of that than the small amounts of landmass that we have. So unlike larger continents with tons of landmass where train systems are important and so on, we are in a position as small island states to have control of the spaces around us. How do we utilize that? How do we quantify the value of that? And how do we extract more to ensure that at the end of all of it, that our activities, including the tourism activities, yes, are properly contributing in the way that they should. And so I'm probably going to say a few controversial things today, but I'm quite at home.
Yeah, in the words of Bob Marley, we're going to disturb our neighbors. Right? Yeah. Okay. So the whole idea, though, is that so when we talk about the blue economy, we're actually looking at the water we have, the landmass, maximizing the resources that lies within that particular area. Okay. So you have a presentation which you're going to use to break down some things for us, so I'll just allow you to just go right into that.
Yes, and I'll try to be as concise as I can be, because it's a very exciting topic. We've gone through a definition of the blue economy, so I'll just take you to some components of it. So for those who haven't heard of the blue economy, and for those who've heard it, they may have heard it in limited terms. And so we tend to talk about our fisheries, we tend to talk about the things that happen in our water spaces. Very importantly, maritime transport, which is where I found myself now, is one of the most important things we can think of, because more than 80% of all goods and all trade happens by sea. Let's first say that. Tourism is a big part of that. A lot of our tourism product is focused and centered around beach and coastline areas. A lot of the activities that we engage in have to do with our marine spaces as well. And of course, there's the constant challenge and the discussion about climate change, what that means for us. COP27 just ended, so there's a lot of excitement about how developing countries can tap into some of the resources of developed countries to be able to combat the elements of this. Waste management, we have a serious problem. And the government of Jamaica has tried, they fought hard to have us minimize the waste in these spaces. But I'll talk to you about some dead zones in a minute, which shows that we have a human problem in this regard. And of course, renewable energy is an important part of the discussion. There are some benefits, of course, social and economic well-being of the people. I had a very interesting discussion recently with a gentleman who says to me that we have missed the boat on open sea farming. Yeah, I hear Ms. Roberts agreeing with me. She knows what we're talking about. If we could tap into open sea farming in a real way, this would not just be for, and we tend to speak in bifurcated ways as Jamaicans, the big man and the little man, and we like to have this. If we were able to tap into open sea farming in the way that some other jurisdictions have, this would be for everyone. This would be for the guy in Old Harbor Fishing Bay This would be for the guy who is struggling out in St. Thomas. This would be for, and so we need to have a more coordinated approach to ensuring that we have this social and economic well-being for the people. Again, poverty eradication. All of this is SDGs, you know, ensuring that individuals have a decent quality of life and so on. Shipping and trade, of course, climate resilience, which I mentioned, and health and well-being, number 7. We're at a health and wellness conference. There's a critical role as well in that regard. Just very quickly, fisheries, I hear you throwing all the numbers out, Michael, and I think when you start talking numbers, you get us excited in terms of the blue economy, because we're looking at an annual contribution of $270 billion to global GDP from fisheries, but here's the challenge. 57% of our fish stocks are fully exploited.
Say that 57%?
57% of the fish stocks are fully exploited. Another 30% are overexploited and are recovering. This is something we ought to consider when we talk about human action, and when there are particular guidelines for how we fish, when we fish, where we fish, that we need to be thinking about these things because it is a food security issue. Marine transport, and something I've grown very excited about in the last 11 weeks, Joy. Everybody knows that prior to this, and I found the perfect nexus between tourism and transport, by the way.
Let's hear it.
Say again?
Let's hear it.
You want to hear it? Well, first of all, and Mrs. Roberts knows this, that a lot of our partners are the cruise tourism partners, and that softer side of the business that the CMU and other entities are involved in is a really important way forward. It's an opportunity for our graduates to engage in not just the harder tanker side of things, but to get involved in the beautiful hospitality and the hospitable nature of the Jamaicans, right? And so that's one nexus. But if we think about marine transport, 80%, as I said before, of all global trade happens by sea. Trade by ocean is expected to quadruple by 2050 and expected to double by 2030. So this is big business. Tourism. Small island developing states receive more than 41 million visitors per year. So Jamaica has been a major player in that space. And I think it's important to point out that prior to the disturbance of 2020 to 2022, Jamaica was well on its way to its 5x5x5 and is now back on its way to getting that to happen through the efforts of our good friends in this room. But certainly, ocean resources and coastal resources are important for us in tourism. Dive tourism is critical. Surfing, cruises, as I mentioned before. Ecotourism, and of course, recreational fishing operations, which are just as important as the farm-to-table things we talk about on land.
Right.
Now, this is a little bit of a bugbear for me, so I wanted to mention it. So
this is one of the controversial.
It's a little controversial.
Okay.
And you know, I hope Miss Roberts doesn't run up here and strangle me for this. But one of the points I've been making is that all of the discussions from regarding freedom of the seas and the law of the seas, and with the discussion about the exclusive economic zones, nobody has really talked about what this means for cruise tourism. So we talk about economic activity when individuals extract our resources in terms of fish and the life in and around that space. But we don't talk about what cruise tourism extracts from our space from the perspective of real value, okay? So coming into our space, there's a cost.
Yeah. Okay.
And we're happy to have them come, and we're happy to share in that cost. But I don't think we've quantified it. I don't think we've had a discussion about what it really means, because we don't necessarily see. And it's no fault of Jamaica or the cruise lines. It's the fact that the international conventions have not considered it as a part of the economic activity operating around the shorelines of our smaller destinations. And we may be able to broaden that discussion to be more than just head tax. So here's the real clincher. Look at the size of Jamaica, and look at the size of Jamaica's waters. Nobody can deny the power of the potential in that. Look at all of that red area surrounding. That is what we have control of. Now, were this to be land mass, we may have considered ourselves to be quite a large country. Why then should we not consider ourselves to be a large country? These are our waters. How are we able to then maximize, optimize, and ensure that the earnings that we make from the waters around our land are benefiting our people and driving towards our longer term development. I think that's a discussion we really need to be having.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah. So by extension, our size really goes into the body of water
Absolutely.
over which we have jurisdiction.
And it's very important for us as smaller island developing states. Island states need to start having these discussions and engaging in a very real way. As we go to the table, we cannot always continue to be the weaker party in the negotiations. This is our space. All right, so climate change, I won't go too much into that because this is not COP27. But I just wanted to make a point about blue carbon sinks and the fact that this is the power of our ocean. We talk about not cutting the trees down to build hotels for those who have a challenge with that. I put it to you that the ocean has a greater capacity for absorbing carbon than do trees. And so we have to think now about how we treat the ocean spaces around us to ensure that they're able to operate optimally so that we can, not so that we can cut down more trees, that's not what I'm saying, but so that we have greater capacity to be able to develop in the way that we ought to while still preserving, conserving the spaces around our landmass. Waste management, we have a real problem. If you look at the photo on the screen, I drive to work every day, and at certain points in the day, the entire harbor by the Palisados looks almost like this. It's cleaned. There's work put into making sure that the space can breathe, and then it looks like this in another 2 weeks again. We have a people problem in that regard. And so there are a number of what we call dead zones around the world as a result of these kinds of waste management practices, and we ought to consider this. Renewable energy, again, a big deal. Doc mentioned it earlier. But the potential of this space, if we really manage it well, globally you're looking at 350 million jobs. You're talking about the ability to absorb individuals into new industry spaces.
50 million jobs.
350 million
jobs.
If
we get this on
linked
control.
only to fisheries, by the way, not to the other things surrounding it.
Wow.
Big business. So SIDS and the challenges, I mean, I mentioned some of these challenges before. It can help us to combat some of these things, unemployment, food shortages, and of course, the bigger issue of poverty. More importantly, though, I wanted to bring us to health and wellness and how this fits in. So the COVID-19 pandemic has dealt us a blow. We've had some opportunities, however, from COVID-19 for a reset of how we think about our economic spaces. And I think this is one such opportunity that we need to grab with both hands and ensure that we take a holistic approach. And so health and wellness, back to the business of this conference. So we must understand that there's an intimate relationship between the health of humans, health of oceans, and there's this circular kind of cyclical connection. And it's an intimate one. So I have here on this side, a Blue Economy, a holistic medicinal treasure chest. The Minister of Health and Wellness would be happy to engage in this discussion. So there's some desirable things, some undesirable things. And the things that are undesirable for the oceans are the things that end up leading to undesirable lives for our people. And so if we understand that connection, if we get people to tap into a deeper appreciation for this, then we would have healthier people, we would have healthier food, we would have healthier environments, and then we would have greater benefits for human well-being. So, where ought we to be going? We ought to be thinking not just about physical well-being, we need to be thinking about emotional well-being, spiritual well-being, mindfulness, the power of the ocean and water spaces in contributing to that kind of mindfulness and tapping into a greater power, a greater center that would then lead us to be more civil people, and then we'd have less of the criminal and angry and hostile behaviors that we have because of the tranquility that becomes a part of us.
A kinder, gentler nation.
A kinder, gentler nation.
And we've been desperately looking for answers to that, and I think you just articulated it.
And health and wellness is certainly one of the ways to go through the conduit of utilizing our ocean and water resources. Now, lots of opportunities will always present themselves. Luxury spas, as I know you're promoting here at this conference. Of course, an experiential kind of tourism, which is what Minister Bartlett has been pushing for a very long time, long before the rest of us caught up to that kind of vision. And of course, rejuvenation therapy offerings, which include the marine environment. And I really want to close on these points, just to say that if we are not yet aware, travelers are far more environmentally conscious. There's a need, of course, to customize our offerings and have more personalized services and products. And of course, we must think about how we pair the services with the overall experiences. Gone are the days, I said this in a presentation yesterday, where vacation is vacation and work is work. The lines have become blurred. Vacation time is work time is vacation time, and we have to figure out how to ensure that those things peacefully coexist. There's an emerging market that does not necessarily want to completely dichotomize their lives in that way because they're spending longer times in spaces. And I think that's one important way. So the key, better health, better fitness, better nutrition, better appearance, better sleep, and better mindfulness. I was just telling Dr. Wallace I don't sleep very well. Maybe I need to go engage with the ocean resources a little bit more.
Yeah, you too, eh? I kind of have that issue myself. So, all of what you're saying is very, very interesting to me. I didn't hear anything that I would term controversial. What I heard was truth well told. Folks may disagree, but the thing is, I think sometimes a major part of our problem is that we only want to hear the things that we want to hear, and we say, well, that's the truth. No, it's not. Okay? Truth can be very uncomfortable, but if it's well told and people understand, we can get buy-in. So I really appreciate your honesty and your openness. I wanted to, at this point, throw things, because I know there are a ton of questions going on. I can just see who wants to go? We have a microphone on the floor, so what we're going to do is, would you like us to start taking some questions?
Please.
Yeah.
Please.
Let's, I see my students there from Mushat High. Do I see a hand up? Anyone with a question there? Okay, so while they're thinking, I see a hand up in the back, okay. While they're thinking, COVID, this pandemic, has, they say you should never waste a crisis. COVID has produced quite a bit of opportunity for us in all of the devastation that it's caused. What are some of the opportunities you see moving forward? Because you use the word rethinking how we, approach what we're doing. What are some of those opportunities that you're seeing?
Well, one of the beautiful things, and I share this without fear of contradiction, is that this particular Ministry of Tourism in Jamaica has already been engaging in what we call the reset, with how we are more inclusive and how we're pulling our people up and ensuring that we're skilling them through the Jamaica Center for Tourism Innovation and the other wonderful things that are happening. But I think one of the major things that COVID has done is to highlight and to expose throughout the entire region the fact that we have underserved our people from the perspective of their own capacity and their ability to have the skills that are transferable as the world changes, okay? So one of the discussions we continue to have at the CMU is how do we get individuals to understand that the future is now, and that this future which is now is a future that is going to embrace the technology. It doesn't mean one or the other. It means upskilling ourselves so that we navigate around the technological resources. It means upskilling ourselves so that when opportunities such as these present themselves, open sea farming and other things, that people are sufficiently equipped to engage in the opportunities that are not only existing globally, but the things that are going to be unique in our spaces because of our own configuration. So I think that that's what COVID has allowed us to do. It's forced us to think. I said in another presentation yesterday, when they asked me to talk about rethinking tourism, I said, well, good thing is that firstly we're thinking about it. So let's think about it first, because thinking about it means you have to be deliberate, right? And then we can engage in how we reimagine and rethink. So I think that's really what it has done. It's helped us to position our thought processes a little bit better, and therefore we can think more carefully about how we execute.
Okay, thank you. Question? There's a lady over there. Would you just...
Someone is behind her.
Okay. I'm sorry. I know you think you're speaking very loudly.
People on YouTube can't hear you.
Yeah.
All right. How can we make sure that this nice talking that he did a while ago really come through? Right? What proof do we have? Or we have to call Mr. Cuff and say, Mr. Cuff, we heard this nice talking and nothing happened. How can we make sure?
Yes, let me tell you how we make sure. The first thing is I have noticed, and I applaud tourism for this. I want all the tourism players in the room to hear this, that tourism has recognized the importance of all of these things, which is why they're engaging in this way. The challenge, my friend, is that while tourism can lead on many of these initiatives, this will require a joint-up approach. So I give you multiple examples. Tourism will say that the roads are dirty, so the tourism funds another ministry to clean up the roads and to cut the bush. Tourism will say that we need a set of individuals who are working in security because the place is not safe, and tourism will fund 200 district constables. It's not enough. It needs a joint-up approach. Where I'm optimistic in this regard is that the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation has been very active. They've been lobbying internationally for resources for us to move in the directions that I've been discussing, led by Minister Matthew Samuda. He's driving a lot of that in his ministry. At the same time, tourism will continue to play its part, but we have to get everyone at the table moving in the same direction and understanding that many of these initiatives are intended for the good of all. And I think we're a little bit further than just talk shop now. I think we are at the point where we're actually seeing movement, not as quickly as we'd like to see it. But the truth is, we're moving in the right direction. We need to pick up pace, and a lot of that will now move us out of the phase. You know, more happens when people see things happening. It's just the reality. You'll get more funding for a building when people see one wall go up. And so that's what we're doing. Day by day, little by little, we're not losing heart, and we're going to make sure that this is not just talk.
Okay.
That almost sounds like the tagline of a radio station. I should stop there.
Okay. Thank you so much for your question. I think I missed you. You need the microphone, because I would love to hear what you're saying. The one in the back? Oh, okay. All right, and then we'll come back to her. Okay. Lady, yes. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Melva Nelson, and I was here yesterday, and of course I listened to the Minister Bartlett talking about the farmers, and I really do interested in organic food. So I would like to know what is Health and Wellness is doing for organic farmers, because most of the food that we have here and most of the food that we import, it's pure chemical. So can we do something about organic farming so we can have a better health?
Did you hear?
It sounds like a call to action. I don't know if it's a question for me, given that I no longer speak for tourism. But Ms. Roberts, the Linkages Network that's been arranging this, and I see the leadership in the back of the room, I'm sure they're committed to organic farming, and there's a lady right behind you in a brilliant maroon jacket or top. That's Mrs. Carolyn McDonald Riley. I'm sure she'll be happy to talk to you about what will be happening for organic farming.
Well, she'll be moderating a session right afterwards. So,
brilliant.
Yeah, okay. So we'll probably save that one for her if it's relevant to what her discussion will be. Okay. My students over, all right, there. All right. Yeah, we're back to, okay.
Okay, I don't know how many of you have coming from Montego Bay. It seems as if everybody's coming from that end because it's a street light right at Flankers. It has been out for over 4 weeks. Right at the soldier, where the soldier camp is. And I tell you, when I was coming this morning, it took me almost 1 hour to go across, plus a lot of children have to go across. What is really happening? Is it that you're all coming from Kingston, that end, and you don't see nothing at all? We need something to be done to that light. It's a dangerous area. All right?
Thank you.
You want me to respond to that?
Was
I
it
think
a quick-
I think it's a cry that falls outside of the remit of
Okay.
this conference, and I understand the frustration. I'm sure
Okay.
this is a very well attended conference, and your voice would have been heard.
Yeah. Okay.
A pleasant morning. My name is Jacqueline Johnson from the Hart College of Beauty Services. So my question, all right, let me start out. I am a part of an organization that participates in the coastal cleanup, and we do this yearly. What I would want to find out is what measures, because there's something I'm aware of where, the cooperation of the citizens has to be, 100% on board. But in the event that every year we have to be doing this, and maybe sometimes more than once for the year, because everywhere you look, the waters are polluted with the plastic garbage and stuff like that. Is there something that we are working on, as Jamaica? Or is there something already in place that will aid in that process? Because I know there's this country, I think it's in Australia, not sure, don't quote me, right, where they have this net thing that they set in the water that helps to gather the garbage, all the plastic things, and that helps to, kind of reduce whatever buildup that there is. So is there anything that we are doing that will help to preserve our oceans?
Thank you for that question.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. So I'll respond by saying that there is a very good friend of mine who participates in all the beach cleanups every year, yes, but then throws things through his window. So I'm making a point that these things have become, in some ways, events, but there's no behavior change. And so a part of the behavior change that has to come is a lot of programs are in Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation intended to treat with this kind of behavior change. But I think the best way to make things make sense to people is to show them dollars and cents. What does this mean for you if you are engaging in some practices that are going to limit your ability to earn? What does this mean for you if you are engaging in positive activities that will increase your ability to earn? And I think once we make that connection for individuals, if we're 2 or 3 degrees far removed from a particular thing, many times we don't understand it. And there's a big term, Michael, that I always try to break down for people. There's this notion of intergenerational equity and intragenerational equity. All it really means is that my good friend Wayne Cummings and I, we may consider each other. So I may act in a particular way that doesn't trample on his rights because we're inside a generation together. So there's this intragenerational notion. But we've not gone far enough for intergenerational equity. And unless we have a grandchild or a few generations beneath us, we tend not to think about how each action daily will affect the longer term goals. And I think that's where we need to get.
Okay. I must say that I'm a firm believer in young people. We have the students here this morning. They are the ones, the ambassadors going forward. I'm interested, that question that was raised about, littering and how we dispose of our waste. I would love to hear from a student, and maybe I'll ask you to pose a question because this is more your area than mine, as to, if you wanted to sort of provoke some thought in those students or to get a sense of what their mindset is when it comes to littering and garbage, what would you want to ask any one of them? Just throw it out and maybe they can speak to it.
How do you react when a friend of yours litters around you? as directly as that is how I want to ask it. Anyone? How do you react when a friend of yours is in your presence and litters?
I mean, is it important to you? It is? And why? What do you say? What do you do? Because I think that's where it starts. You see, we see someone doing something, and you don't really have to attack them, but in a kind, gentle voice, you can say to them, "Hey," and that's what I really. Go ahead, please.
So, littering is a no-no for me. I hate to see places littered with garbage, and I believe that if you love your country, if you love your home, let's go back. If you love your home, why do you want to throw papers all around? Why do you want to throw the garbage all around? And then you have to walk through it. So that's how I see it with the bigger Jamaica, right? Because if I love my country, I want to see my country clean. A friend of mine this morning, like we were traveling and he just threw something out of the window and I'm like, why you do that? You should just put it in your bag until you get to a garbage bin, right? Because, but that's another thing though. There needs to be sufficient receptacles for garbages. So that would encourage people to say, all right, I'll wait until I get to that garbage pan. And it shouldn't be far apart. So I think that's something that we can implement along the way. Garbage containers, collect receptacles all over. So it would encourage people to dump in the garbage. Set up containers for the recyclables. Okay. And when we get those recyclables, collect them. I am involved in a recycling program, but they really don't come around too often to come and collect them. So it kind of discourages you, unless you know your purpose. Okay. So I believe that if persons are interested in doing these things, there needs to be the other end that is balancing that act, right? So that's what I'd say.
Following... I think she has already started to answer a question that I was about to ask. I think one of the greatest motivational factors is when you can show someone, why is this important for me to be watching out for this? What does this mean to me? Make that link for me. Why should anyone care why someone is littering and throwing garbage through the window? I mean, you already started with beach cleanup and what that means, but could you expand on that for us some more?
Let me first start by saying I hope that my friend did not reprimand her friend with a smile. No, and I think it starts with making people uncomfortable with bad behaviors. So it's ownership, right? And it's I have this memory in my mind of Falmouth, some work we'd done at TPD while I was there, and we'd temporarily relocated some individuals to a space they did not dislike. And I watched as one person decided to deface a fence by putting something on it. And the entire market came down and said, you can't put that there, so. So you start to self-regulate in that way when there's ownership, when there's pride, when there's a sense of what it means when you do when you become persona non grata. And that's why I'm encouraging all of us here gathered in our spaces, and that's why I asked the question the way I did. What do you say to your friend when your friend does X? Do you simply ignore it? Pretend it didn't happen? Do you joke about it? It starts with, so another extreme example was when we said to some officers, harass the harassers. Make those who are breaching and violating feel uncomfortable in your presence, because you have to be a leader in that respect.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I want to really follow up very quickly on that point you made. It's not what you say to people, it's how you say it. Yeah. If you are going to take a hostile approach, it's going to breed hostility. And many truths are spoken in jest. You can lightly say to a person, hey, when this happens, this is what happens, and here's how it affects you and I.
Yeah. I mean,
You know?
if I'm driving the car and you throw something out the window, I'm stopping the car, and I'm picking it up. Yeah. And so that's one way that you demonstrate. I'm told that when I was 5 years old, I would walk behind people and pick up their garbage. And so that has kind of followed me throughout my life. It just,
Okay, yeah.
over time, you have to take responsibility.
How are we doing? Can we take another question there? Yes, in the back.
Good morning, Antoinette Peart. I just want to add to what she had said. What when you put a lot of garbage containers, it will encourage, but I think it starts from the home, from the young. Because I remember taking the bus with a fellow student, and the person was eating a snack, and as they finished the snack, they wanted to throw it through the window. And I said, why don't you put it in a bag? And when you reach to a bin, you just throw it in there. She said, no, I don't want to put no garbage in my bag. So it all depends on how a person is socialized from they were very small. Because when I was small, my parents always said, throw it in the bin. So it embedded in me. So it all begins when they are young. Because if they don't do it when they're young, when they're big, it's normal to just throw it anywhere. So that's my point. Thank you.
Fully agree. The intervention needs to be early.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not sure how our time is going, but I really wanted to get this question in here in terms of our topic, which is restoring nature and the blue economy. So how may we move forward to tap into the potential of the blue economy?
Well, it is, first of all, creating the understanding, which we're doing today. It is about having the right players at the table. It's ensuring that we're all doing the best we can in our lanes. Okay, so their expertise reside in different spaces, and we have to be able to tap into that, to unearth that, to connect it. The system must work, right? And so when we say joint up approach, we don't mean that there are multiple activities taking place there, another set of activities happening there, another set of activities. We're not getting maximum mileage in that way. So we have to start talking to each other, and we're seeing that dialogue take place. And so the right people are now at the right table. And in fact, we're intending to have, and I probably shouldn't say this yet because I haven't invited Joy Roberts yet, which she has to be there. We're going to have the Port Royal Lecture Series, which we'd like to have early next year. Mm-hmm. And this is going to be an important discussion. The blue economy is going to be topic number one under the patronage of our own minister, Honorable Edmund Bartlett. And so we have the right people at the table, and that's how we move it forward.
Okay, and there's another question here. What should the blue economy mean to the health and wellness tourist who is desirous of coming to our shores?
Well, the first thing is that people are more environmentally conscious. So the first demonstration to them that we care about nature and the environment.
Raise the consciousness.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
Spot on. And they will not come if we're not practicing. That's correct, and that's the way.
And we have another question over there to my right.
Morning, everyone. So I had a comment about the intra-generational impact of garbage. So this morning, my son is now 17, and I don't know how many of you have ever taught anybody to drive, but I'm doing that now. It's a very frightening experience. However, 10 years ago, my son threw something out of my car. I stopped my car and I made him get out and pick it up in traffic. And then we had a conversation about garbage. Today, right in front of us, there was a bus where a student was taking things out of his bag. He was in the back of the bus, throwing the bottle out, then he threw the paper out, then he threw something else out, and he was doing it deliberately. And it was my son who said, how can that be? We need to start this conversation in our home. But at the same time, you spoke about the penalties of income, but also the opportunities of income. We don't understand the value of garbage. That is why we're throwing it away the way we do. We don't understand that garbage means money in a lot of other places. And lastly, we are at the other end of the spectrum from the Japanese. I don't know how many of you saw the Japanese fans who were cleaning up the stadium after the match. We just would walk away, because we just don't understand it. So I just wanted to contribute that.
Spot on.
Yeah. Final question, because I think this has to be a wrap up here, because I mean, I'm just really just so, you know, informed and enlightened by this discussion. What organizations do you think should drive the thrust towards this, you know, capitalizing the blue economy?
Well, certainly locally, it's the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Tourism must be at the table. It's the National Environment and Planning Agency. It is the National Solid Waste Management Authority. It is the Caribbean Maritime University, of course. It is all the players who firstly understand and can move things forward, but it's not just a local issue. And so it has to consider all of our players regionally. It includes SEDEMA and all the other, and it has to go even broader to the multinationals, understanding our own space and our own vulnerabilities and their own willingness to help us through those vulnerabilities.
Professor Andrew Spencer, it's really been a pleasure chatting with you. I mean, I'm just so much more aware and enlightened by our chat. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of those, not just online, but here in the audience. What do you think? Yeah.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
Yeah, I must tell you, I'm really very, very enlightened, and thank you. Okay. So, okay, I mean, and we're just getting started here, okay? So our next session, we're going to have for that be someone you know very well, and you've met her before. She's Mrs. Carolyn McDonald Riley. She's the director of the Tourism Linkages Network. She is someone who is eminently qualified to assume the role that she's going to be taking. And she will introduce you to her panel, and you will also have a chance to direct more questions at her, okay? My students, I need for you to, this is about you here, all right? So get involved, all right. So we're going to turn things over now to Mrs. Carolyn McDonald Riley. Welcome her, please.
Have fun. Good morning, everyone.
All right.
It's a great wellness morning to be here. I hope we have been enjoying over the last 2 days. This morning, we're going to be speaking about the wellness tourism value chain. And the good thing with this discussion is that every one of us in this room can be a part of this value chain. I'm going to give you a little overview, and then I'm going to tell you about who the persons who are going to be participating in this discussion, who they are. What is the tourism value chain? The value chain is a sequence of primary and support services which are strategically fundamental for the performance of the tourism sector. So when we're talking about the tourism value chain, we're talking about a mix of government, private sectors, and NGOs. That's when we talk about the tourism value chain. And it is important to note that while we talk about the tourism value chain, we also have the wellness value chain. And while it mirrors it, we need to do a little deeper dive when we're talking about the tourism wellness value chain. The tourism value chain, it really includes those activities that add value to the tourism product. So we're talking about some of the persons located here. We're talking about spas. We're talking about beauty and skin care. We're talking about food. We're talking about health and fitness. We're talking about tour experiences. But we're talking about much more than we can see right here. We need to include things like ambulances, the nurses station, pharmaceutical. More importantly, financing all of it. Because while we have all of these things to grow, we need a finance. But the Minister of Health spoke to us this morning. He says, while we come here and we're very excited, it is important that we have a safe and healthy public space in which to operate. Because nobody wants to come here and get sick, nor to come to a destination that they feel is not safe. So the value chain is very wide, but today we're going to be talking about that value chain. How do we expand that value chain? What are some of the inputs in the value chain? And hopefully what we have not included, you will bring that out and ask those relevant questions as to how you can be included. So who do we have with us today? And I'll tell you a little about the three people. We have Joni Dale Morgan, our youngest panel member. Let me tell you a little about Joni. And guess what Lisa Bell said? Not necessarily. So let me tell you a little about Joni. Joni was born in the Garden Parish of St. Anne, and she attended St. Hilda's. Don't know if I have any St. Hilda's here in the audience. And she attended Northern Caribbean University, but more about, and she also has an MBA from the University of London, Royal Holloway. A little more about Morgan Creek now. This is a young company formed in 2016, opening its flagship store in the Sovereign Center, Kingston, and now she's distributing products to pharmacies, hotels, airports, as well as the website. They also have a taking care of your skin product, and she's saying this is something that they look forward to creating every day. Morgan Creek won 2017. Remember I said when she started? 2016. And listen to what happened in 2017. My maths is saying 1 year later. Best Skincare for Jamaica Makeup Artist Award. 2000, yes? Good job. And guess what happened in 2018? Scotiabank Vision Achiever Award. In 2019, Jamaica Manufacturer and Exporter New Manufacturer of the Year Award. 2019, Best Entrepreneurial Mindset Award. And we know 2 years after that, the world never keep, right? So I jumped to 2022, Jamaica Manufacturer and Exporter New Exporter of the Year Award. Yes, I tell you, lots of things happening from this dynamic young company with a dynamic founder. And there are lots more going on, which I'm sure she will tell you. Now, on to our other young member of the panel, Miss Lisa Simone Bell. Miss Lisa Bell was appointed Managing Director of the National Export-Import Bank of Jamaica. Yes, so we have really important person in our midst. And in this role, she leads a team responsible for the overall management, business development, loan financing, and general operations of the bank. So she ensures that Exim Bank delivers on its mandate to promote sustainable economic growth and development of the Jamaica exporters and potential operators. She has over 20 years experience, don't mind how she's looking young, but yes, 20 years under that belt, in general management, both in the private and public sector. She has held a lot of key roles, and I'm going to tell you just about one or two of them. right? She has been the credit and financial service, especially as related to SME in the export sector. She sits on the board of the Jamaica International Financial Services Authority. And prior to joining Exim, she held the position of Deputy President of the Jamaica Trade and Invest, we know as JAMPRO. Ms. Bell also worked overseas, both with Anderson Consulting and the City of Miami Department of Management and Budget after completed formal education. So Ms. Bell has a wealth of financial knowledge. She is the person with loads of money to lend to us, not just today, but she has been doing this for quite a while. And at the Tourism Enhancement Fund, we have a loan facility through Exim in which we lend persons through different areas. So we are very excited to have her today. She has the experience in terms of the different areas, also health and wellness. Our third member of the panel, no stranger to the tourism industry, a household name, his name is Wayne Cummins. And he's really, when you talk about hospitality and policy directives, former JHTA president, I could sit here without reading my paper and tell you a lot about Wayne. But I'm going to read so that I don't spend too long a time. Prior to his appointment as CEO of the Area Resorts Management in November, he had a 30-year hospitality profession as a senior director at Sandals Resort International. And we know Sandals is a really big company. But if you have spent 30 days there at the top, it's telling you that this guy is not a small guy. He is one who believes in organized transference of knowledge and embraces the principle of corporate and personal social responsibility. Wayne devotes time to national and regional service as the president of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association for 2000 and 2011. He has also served on the board of JAMBAC. He is also on the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, Montego Bay Commerce and Industry. And guess what? He sits on the Tourism Linkages Network, chairing the Agriculture Network. And we have been creating waves. And when we're talking about agriculture, we are very much a part of the tourism value chain because some of these products have plant-based, and it's very important that we know that agriculture is one of our root base in terms of the value chain. I'm going to ask my members, I'm going to start with Wayne to speak to you. He'll start telling you about the tourism value chain, different parts of the value chain. Lisa will speak to you about the whole financing of it, and I'm sure Morgan will add her own experience. Then we'll have a discussion, and we include you in terms of questions. Wayne, let me start with you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Can you hear me? Yes, all right. Morning, everyone. So I'm a career hotelier. I've spent a whole heap of time inside managing hotels, managing bedrooms and accommodation spaces and experiences. And I think what gets missing a lot of times is how much it takes and how much involvement of people, things, and experiences to make this business of tourism work. As regards health and wellness, I started at a time in a hotel where you would simply have a little body shop. A little body shop, somebody do some nails, somebody come and do some hair because they're going to get married. But as the industry evolved and got more sophisticated, where weddings weren't just weddings, they now became destination weddings. Body shops needed to evolve into luxury spas. I remember when I was general manager of Sandals & Grill, way before some of you were born, we had a little facility that was a nice Caribbean wooden shack that used to be the spa experience. It took a lot of convincing of myself and my team to my head office at the time to say this just wasn't enough for where we need to take this thing. I had to sit down. I was forced by my head office to sit down and do a return on investment to show why it was that we were supposed to build a spa. That was back in the early 90s. Today, you go into a Sandals resort, it is the global standard. But when we started this conversation, I had to prove that the spa in my hotel was worth more than 10 bedrooms at any given time. I had to go and do the work. Out of that, we then got a massive investment at that particular hotel, which became the standard for everything else that we now see, which continues to evolve. Unfortunately, not everyone has gotten to that place to understand the level of investment that is required in this health and wellness space. Everybody knows that they need to have a little workout area. Everybody knows that they need to have a little place to do here. But when you go into a spa facility that is catering to international visitors, their expectation for health and wellness is very different from ours, because it's not something that most of us do. But we need to make sure that what we produce and put out there as our product, as our experiences, are always hitting first world standards. Today, I'm very happy to say that when you look across much of the larger hotel facilities, spas are impeccable. Yes, I think you should give them a hand. I think in many instances the investment is very expensive. However, the small and medium-sized parts of our business also need to catch up, because there is a whole lot going on. I remember the job that most people wanted and got in a hotel was that of being a waiter or a cleaner, a housekeeper, etc. And those are great jobs. But I remember the transition that was being made by a number of those individuals to becoming spa therapists. And just in case a lot of people don't know, they make a lot of money. Thank you, ma'am. They make a lot of money. You know, there's a conversation that takes place in Jamaica because maybe we don't tell our good news sufficiently. That is only minimum wage workers who work in the tourism industry. That is not true. No. There are people who are working in our spas. There are people who are working as butlers. There are people who are working across the length and breadth of the experience who earn very, very good money that compete very, very well across any industry. But I won't go too far into that. Just enough to say that there are people who are therapists, there are people who are nail technicians, there are people who do hair in the tourism sector that do better than anyone else anywhere else. But I think it is important that we find a way to include as much of the Jamaican experience into this ever-expanding and important tourism industry. When I started out in tourism, the inputs, the oils, the lotions, and I don't know much about these things, so please don't ask me to name them. They're all imported. Yeah. But over time, it has begun to evolve. When you see some of the products that are here and the work that has gone into it, the work that I'm sure many of them would have done with the Scientific Research Council to not only make sure that it is exactly what they want, we need to make sure that these products don't become something that just happens and disappears. Working with coffee, working with all the other herbs and spices of Jamaica is special. Jamaica is a unique place. We need to make sure that we do everything we can, and I know the Tourism Linkages Council is doing it, and I know there's a lot of other agencies that are working to make this happen. We need to make sure that this becomes sustainable and grow. You need to not only be selling into tourism, but you need to be exporting. You have to see yourself as bigger than we are. We must continue to punch way above our weight like the athletes do, like the musicians do, etc. in this space. I am very, very happy to tell you that being in tourism, you see the world, you see the international space a little earlier than most other Jamaicans do because of the experience of the people who come here. Jamaica's tourism, ladies and gentlemen, evolved, as I like to say, back ways. In the 1970s, when we had real political issues, the way that tourism grew was to put up higher walls to protect this industry. But the industry has long evolved. I would like us to start looking at our businesses, not only to penetrate into tourism, but to penetrate into the Jamaican population. I would like to see day spas outside for me, not for the tourists. If you build it for me, the tourists will come. If you want to be in the tourism sector, if you want my big hotel, I don't have one yet, I plan to. If you want my big hotel to pay attention to you, I want to see what it is that you did to build your brand. So whatever your product brand, also invest, if you can, working with others, invest in an actual spa where your products are used. When you get to the stage where you cannot be questioned about your efficacy, where you cannot be questioned about the quality of your product, then the other persons will now start looking at you to say, listen, I need to have that product in here. I also want you to become the concessionaire of my spa. I would like to sell you a message that anything is possible, from the workers who need to be trained, the workers who will earn, to the products that are used. One by one, there's an opportunity right through the value chain of the tourism sector for you to be involved. Wherever you're having challenges, opportunities like this, and congratulations to the Tourism Enhancement Fund, congratulations to the Linkages Network for working with these groups. We in the agricultural part of the Tourism Linkages Network, we have a whole lot of work to do to make sure that we can plug the gap of all the leakage being things that we have to import for what goes on our table, but it also must include what also is made here. We're learning. We're going to have to do a whole lot of work together, but put up your hand, make sure that we are paying attention to you. We are going to one by one, area by area, be coming to you to make sure that we can help support your farming, help support your manufacturing process, etc. I could go on for a long time, but there are other persons.
Thank you so much, Wayne. And yeah, really powerful start. Before I hand over to Lisa, because what we're saying here, as Jamaicans, we might not be able to own the brick and mortar, but certainly the value added, all of these services, the spa services, they can add up to much more. You have ever gone to the doctor and you pay perhaps $2,500 to see the doctor, but when you go to the pharmacy, you pay much more? That's the concept. So you come to the hotel, you pay for the hotel stay, but all of these value added, when you get your hair done, when you get a real spa treatment, when you have to do that cosmetic service, right? That pinching here, pinching there, and you have to recuperate somewhere. The idea is that value added is going to be so powerful. Let's hear now about how it can be financed.
All right, good morning, everyone. First of all, congratulations to the Tourism Linkage Network and the Health and Wellness team. Kyle is doing an amazing job in promoting health and wellness. The other thing I want to say is I'm actually younger than Joni, right? However, unlike Barack Obama, I am not giving you my birth certificate. Anyway, that being said, welcome particularly to the students, the young entrepreneurs. I'm here to talk about health and wellness and the value chain, but of course you heard my expertise in financing. So my ultimate objective is to try to help you to become more engaged in this sector. We've heard about health and wellness for the last 2 days. It's a huge industry. Jamaica has a huge potential in this area, and it's growing at twice the rate of overall tourism. Why? Because over the last 2 years, and I would dare say decade, the average tourist is concerned about their health and their wellness, and therefore it has to be a part of the tourism experience. We've talked about what is in this value chain. Wayne spoke about it, and how we have some of our natural endowments really create what is called a competitive advantage for us in this space. Our beaches and our rivers, our mineral baths, the tropical weather, we have trails and beaches. We have our landscape, our various spices and herbs that are really part of this sector, and our wildlife. We look at how those can be converted, and young people remember this word, monetized. How do you take your natural resources and convert them into money? Because having them is not enough. It is actually making a transition into a business. Some of those manifestations are easy. Ecotours, attractions that speak about, you'd be amazed as having a conversation this morning about what constitutes an attraction in another country. People want to know how to make jerk seasoning. People want to know, where does black castor oil come from? You know, it is as simple as that sometimes. And we need to know things that we take for granted to know that they are of value and can be monetized. What are our accommodations? How will we infuse these things into the accommodation experience? What other services are tied to health and tourism? And of course, spas at the center. And I'm going to stop for a second and talk about castor oil, right? Simple Jamaican product. But I know there are at least 60% of the women in here understand what black castor oil is. Over the last 2 years, Jamaica has exploded in terms of its, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the amount of black American tourists coming to our destination. So the women who come to our country want to make sure that they can get the products that they need to do their hair while they're here. Unique opportunity to bring our castor oil to the tourism sector. Because you know what, when they experience it on vacation, what they're going to want when they go back home? Black castor oil. They want to know how they can get it. And now not only are we providing it locally, it becomes an export. And I know Joni is going to talk about that. So it's about boosting the value chain, boosting the support systems that allows the value chain to be stronger, because it won't become stronger on its own. So you can either do one of two things: increase the number of people who are participating in the value chain, or increase the value of the value chain, meaning that each component is deriving more revenue. As I said before, wellness travelers kind of can be categorized into two parts. People who go on vacation for a specific wellness experience, right? And don't believe that people don't do that. Stressful as my job is, wherever I'm going on vacation, it must build in wellness into it, because I want to relax, I want to feel good, and I want to do things that are healthy. Then you have a secondary kind of traveler who is not only not motivated by wellness, but wants to experience those things while they're on vacation. Value chain, we've spoken about all the different iterations, whether accommodation, through agriculture, through food and beverage, through spa and wellness, several different iterations, which means that the value chain is huge. And at every point in that value chain, can there be an entrant? But let's get to how we get to strengthening. It means that the coordination between all of those components, between the manufacturer, the deliverer, the service provider, all has to work well. We have to increase training. People need to understand the value of our products. I heard about psychedelic mushrooms for the first time yesterday and did not even understand its potential. So there has to be a deeper sensitization, training, knowledge sharing, and this is why this forum is so good. But I'm going to talk more about what I'm an expert about. And I want the people who are sitting over there to pay attention to me. Because you cannot, can we agree that you cannot increase your potential to grow a business unless you have money, right? And money can come in different forms. Equity injections, whether it's your family that is helping you to start a new business in the earlier stages, or it is an equity injection from an investor, or it is debt financing, a loan from your local financial institution. I am EXIM. We are the National Export-Import Bank of Jamaica. We're an arm of government, wholly owned by government. My mandate is to make sure you get the money. As simple as that. To make sure businesses in Jamaica, particularly small and medium-sized enterprises, get the debt financing that they need, loan financing, in order to grow their business. So what do? We provide financing at every end, but particularly for export, which is why Joni is my friend. Because I want to make sure she gets to the point where she builds her local capacity and then her products are being exported elsewhere, because that's where the real money is. So we provide financing for retooling and upgrading if you're a manufacturing facility. How to help you navigate if you're a pre or post shipment. That means that I'm going to help you get the product ready, and I'm going to help you to navigate after you've sold the product. Because sometimes big buyers take a long time to pay you, and that's how we help you. We'll give you working capital. Working capital, what are the things to keep the money that is required to keep your business running? If you need specialized equipment, whether it be facial equipment for your spa, or it is a process piece of equipment for manufacturing a product that is needed, we will provide that. I mentioned receivables financing. And of course, we provide what is called trade credit insurance, which is when you're selling into a foreign country, you need some protection against the person who is buying. So we are that intermediary to make sure you get paid. But the tourism sector, which is an export sector, because you know, we earn foreign exchange from exports. So by the WTO's definition, the tourism sector is an export sector. We have a special focus on the tourism sector. And as you heard from Minister Bartlett yesterday, who is a fabulous minister, by the way, he really was very visionary a couple of years ago when he picked up the phone and he said, Lisa, I need for you to create a facility for small and medium-sized enterprises in the tourism sector. Need to make it happen. And he hung up the phone. The rest we made do. We put the program together, and now, a couple of years later, we've disbursed $1.6 billion to this sector, to small and medium-sized tourism enterprises. And EXIM is very involved. I sit on the Tourism Linkages Network in order to help to provide the coordination between all the things that are happening and finance. We were a part of the GOG Tourism Grant Program, where during COVID we provided assistance to companies operating in the sector who are struggling because of the downturn. And in fact, I'm very proud to say, during the 2 years of COVID, because I call it about 2 years, Carolyn said COVID never keep. The fact is that companies were struggling, and in fact, some closed. But our job was to proactively provide relief so that they could restructure their loans during that period and then give them the financing so they could get back on their feet. But let me tell you about the program. Pay attention. As I said, the minister asked us to put in place what is called our SMTE loan program, Small and Medium-Sized Tourism Enterprises. The loan is for, listen to the percent, 4.5%, which is the lowest percent available in the market. You cannot find a loan. The requirement, you can get up to $25 million. Of course, if you need more, we'll blend it with other financing. But it provides $25 million for a small enterprise in order to buy equipment, as I said, for working capital support, for trade credit insurance. It is a number of things that $25 million can be used for. It is for a maximum of 5 years. As I will tell you, all our beneficiaries on this program received relief during COVID, and I would dare say it allowed some of them to continue to survive. Here is the other good news, and it's highlighted at the bottom of the screen. How much is still available? You don't see the figure? $600 million is still available under this facility. And it is my job, whoops, you see how passionate I am about this? It is my job to make sure that it don't stay in the bank account. It actually gets into the hands of companies who want to grow. As I said, we have loan officers here. My head of lending, Winston, just stand up so they can see you, is here. And his job is to walk this floor to make sure you know about this program and that you tell others who are involved. You have to be earning at least 25% of your revenues from tourism. So it looks at the entire tourism value chain. If you're a service provider, if you're making a cream or a product, or you're offering a service that goes into the tourism sector, you are eligible for this loan. Last thing I will say, we're looking at trends in tourism. We want to get involved more in health and wellness. We have a couple of customers who are also looking in that area. But it is important that we tell you that if you are in the health and wellness tourism value chain, we are eligible for financing. I just want last comment is on ESG. We talked about climate change in the fireside chat. Professor Andrew Spencer spoke about climate change and how important it is. Climate change has gotten a new name in the vernacular, global vernacular. It's called ESG, environmental, social, and governance. What it means is that as citizens of the world, we all need to be concerned about the world. And that concern must go to every level. So how we manage our environment and how we infuse it into our products, how we manage our products in the context of making them sustainable is going to be incredibly important. And we don't even know what it means yet. But understand the rest of the world is going to require us to be in it. So when the tourist comes in a couple of years, they're going to say, is Morgan's Creek ESG compliant? Do they care about what they're doing to the environment? Do they care about what their outputs, where they're being disposed of? It's going to matter. So it's important as we consider how we develop this sector that we be very conscious that the globe expects us to be ESG conscious. So, in closing, why EXIM? Because they can't find a loan lower than me. In simple, right? You cannot find a loan that is tied, that is dedicated to tourism, that is developmental in nature, and at a lower space in the market. EXIM has, as my first slide was, we've been around for 37 years. We've been financing this sector for a very long time, and we want to continue to do so. This may surprise the young people. My job is not driven by how much money I make. It's driven by how many loans I give. So to that extent, we are hopeful that we'll continue to service this sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lisa. So we heard about the fact that financing is not a problem. So you just think, if you need to do anything and financing is not an issue, what are the other things you need? So it means that we have a good template in which to start. We heard that we had the lowest rate, and this is something I also need to share, which I didn't in the preamble. We have at least 7,000 rooms coming on in the next 2 years. What are the additional opportunities we need to create? We need to upscale ourselves. Sometimes, what has happened to me, I'm ordering some things, like for example, I might want 200 bags, and I'm limited to 100 because the person who I've asked is not able to supply that. I'm asking for 50 of something, and they're limited to how much material they have. What the finance does, it's to allow us to take risk. And I know some of us are scared of taking risk. But the person who built Sandals Hotel took a risk, and we have seen that. The person who creates the clothing that we are wearing took a risk to not just make one jacket, but to perhaps make 100, so that me here in Jamaica could buy one of these. The idea is we need to start thinking a little bigger. And sometimes we don't like to borrow money. We're thinking that, oh, we have to pay back. We have to, and I know I'm speaking to you here, but I'm speaking especially to my partners on the left. We need to think a little bigger. We need to think, how do we grow? How do we take that risk? Because 7,000 new rooms mean at least 7,000 persons that we have to put products in their room every single day. And I know some of the hotels will come with their global network, but guess what? If we even have a fraction of that to begin with, and we can show that we are able to produce these goods consistently, nobody's going to spend more money paying when they could pay less. So the idea is there are these opportunities, and we need to start looking at how we are going to capitalize on them. And if financing is not an issue, then we need to get on board. 4.5%. 4.5%. Somebody tell me if I borrow $10 and at 4.5%, how much money I have to pay back?
No math brains.
All right? I'll come to that when I come to the question and answer. Let's hear now from Morgan. Morgan, who is a strong part of the value chain, is going to tell us how she sees herself. Did I say Morgan? Joni. How she sees herself into that value chain and what she can share her experience and what advice she has for us. Go ahead, Joni.
Good. Oh, we're still morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to TEF and the Tourism Linkages for inviting me. You know, as a manufacturer, as Wayne said, we sometimes forget that we have to think of ourselves as an international brand. And sometimes as Jamaica's manufacturers or as a company, we limit ourselves in how we package our products. We are afraid to look international. And that was one of the first things that I did with my brand. I wanted it to look not, you know, we have a saying, it looks Jamaican and we feel like it looks mediocre, when it is so wrong to think like that. So when persons look at my, when persons look and they come into my store at Morgan Street, the first thing they say is, oh, is this an international brand? And I make sure I have it written all over in the store, made in Jamaica. And we forget how strong those three words are. Because, you know, Lisa was saying that during COVID, they had packages for persons that were struggling. COVID was actually one of our best years because we had the website, and while Jamaica was, you know, we were limited with so many things, the US was very much open. So we still had a lot of persons purchasing from overseas, and that's what kept us afloat. That's what paid my expensive sovereign rent. You know, that's what kept us going. So COVID was 2020, and 2020 was when we bloomed for Morgan's Creek. And I've never gotten a loan from the Exim Bank. I haven't gotten one as yet. But I have made use of the tourism enhancement or the linkages speed networking. I've made use of the JBDC, the Jamaica Manufacturers Exporters Association, JAMPRO, they have an Export Max program that I'm a part of. I've made use of all these various entities, and those different areas, they have caused me to grow. They have helped me to go into different markets. For me, I'm an Ochi girl, I'm a country girl, and I took up myself and I went to Kingston and I opened this amazing store. And I'm an introvert, so I'm not necessarily out there and doing all these networking and getting to know people. But by being a part of these entities, they help to guide you and put you into the rooms, the important rooms. And so because of that, I'm now into hotels. I'm in the airport, and the airport is where I actually make a lot of money.
Export.
The airport, when I mean I am sending deliveries to the airport every month, huge boxes just to the airport. And this is just one store in the airport that we're facilitating. And listen, it works. As I said, we're also in a few hotels. I actually use a distributor company. So we've been into Sandals, we've been in Couples, Jamaica Inn. And we've always gotten repeat buyers. Tourists love it. We don't understand how our herbs are very organic and how people look at it. Or turmeric, or castor oil. As Lisa said, the black castor oil. I don't use the black castor oil because I don't do hair products, I do skin products. But I use the lighter one. And I use that in one of our turmeric face wash. And that's our most popular face wash. When I tell you that it works. And I know it works mainly because I'm using Jamaican turmeric, I'm using Jamaican castor oil. And so with that, the product works much more amazing than how it would in a different brand that's not Jamaican. Because nothing compares to any other Jamaican brand, right? So when I think about even everybody else in the skincare industry in Jamaica, you know, persons will come to me sometimes and they'll say, oh, is Honeyvera your competitor? And I'm like, no, we're all one. We're a team. And we need to stop think of ourselves, you know, they say we have a crab in a barrel mentality sometimes. We need to look at it that, listen, I think the other day said we have, 1 billion persons now in the world. There's enough for everybody.
8 billion.
1 billion. 8 billion. 8 billion, exactly. There's enough for everybody. So we can all work together. If we're not able to get a loan, we can still team up. If we cannot, what I've realized is that sometimes if I run out of packaging, I can go to another company and say, hey, how about we work together to facilitate this particular order? And we split it, and it works. You know, instead of if you feel like you can't take a risk or you don't want to take a risk, because not everybody can manage the risk, right, Lisa?
True.
Not everybody can manage it. So we can work together, we can team up together, and we can facilitate a very, very big order, a hotel order. You know, let's say a Sandals asks us for 1,000 shampoos or 1,000 lotions, and I can only do 500. Another company can do 200, another company can do 300, and we fill the order, and that works. Everybody gets $1 right there. So I think there's room. So I think there's room for all of us. As I said, there are a lot of entities. We don't have to feel alone. A lot of times as a manufacturer, especially as a small manufacturer, you feel alone, you feel like you're alone going through the struggles, and you don't have anybody to lean on. There are a lot of entities to lean on, a lot of persons to lean on. People will assist you, people will help you, and there are a lot of opportunities. We feel like we don't have a lot of opportunities, but we do have a lot of opportunities. And when you have your website, website is important. That US dollar is important, that UK dollar, listen, it is important. Your website should look like your storefront. Your website, it shouldn't be hard for people to navigate. It should be easy for them to, you should have different payment platforms on it, PayPal, Stripe, however you can. Listen, get it worked. For me, especially for overseas, sometimes our post office is a little bit on the slow side. So what I do is I will send different packages overseas, and I'll have a friend, because we all have family overseas. So you just tell them to just pull from the box, and then the person gets it in 2 days, just like Amazon Prime, right? So we can find different ways for it to work. We don't have to limit ourselves because we think of ourselves on a small island. We think of ourselves as small, but people don't think of us as small. So we just have to step up to the plate, do the best that we can, and be seen, as I said, as international brands. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Joni. That's really inspiring. And we have and you know, you actually led me to remind person that we have so many beautiful programs in which we can expose you. We can put you in a room. In March of each year, we have what we call speed networking, where we introduce our small and medium enterprises to all of our tourism industry. We have Christmas in July, where we get all of the persons who make products, and we introduce them to not just the tourism sector, but corporate Jamaica and lately our diaspora. And JBDC has programs who assist us with the hand-holding. We always have Exim Bank to ensure that the funding is in place. So we really have a lot of programs that we try to expose and to encourage. So thank you so much, Joni. And there's even some other beautiful stories, like Inspire 365, the lady who made that bracelet that the princess wore, and when that went viral, she said she ran scared. She did not know where to find material to make the amount of bracelets. And one of the things we do, we have a magazine called Christmas in July that ensures that you're always open for business. Your product is always displayed, and persons will order from you all over the world. So it is important that you have a web presence, an exciting web presence, and one that works. When I click on the link, I must be going somewhere. And guess what? On the other end, you must have those products. I know we are out of time, but I'm going to allow 2 questions. The first person to ask any of us questions will be here, but we remain here outside of today. Outside of today, we are here, and the Tourism Enhancement Fund is always open 24 hours a day through our site, or you speak to us between 8:30 and 5 every day, Monday to Friday. We have a question. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Madame Caroline, I hope you don't charge me for this, but I am particularly happy to be standing here today because I'm an educator and a tourism educator and a very passionate person about tourism. And I'm very happy to see the number of students who are gathered here. We have been speaking from yesterday about this business of health and wellness in tourism. But I have not heard much said, or if any at all, about the training aspect of it. And so that is why I'm saying I hope you don't charge me. But students, this is for you. I just want you to know that much of what has been said, you may be wondering, how do I get to this point where I can develop my own product, or I can approach the Exim Bank for a loan and so on to start a business? Montego Bay Community College, through FHI 360, we offer an associate degree in health and wellness tourism. And we also offer another one in agro-tourism and business management. And so if you need to be trained, you can start, because you need to start somewhere. And we also ask all our students to do a course in entrepreneurship so you can know how to write the business plan so you can approach Ms. Bell for your loans. So I just want to make you know that you don't have to worry. This is a viable industry, and if you need the information, get the training so you can give it your best shot, and I'm sure you can realize your goal just by starting right here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Time did not permit us to go to the training, but I must say at the Tourism Enhancement Fund, we take training seriously to the point we have an entire department called the Jamaica Center for, I want to say, training and innovation, although it's tourism and innovation. But we spend a lot of money and time training high schoolers, training university persons, training persons in the industry. Health and wellness is one such. We thank you for that. We do take training seriously. It is time that limits us here. But thank you, Mabecom College. We thank you for that advertisement, to which we will definitely not charge you. Do we have another question? Yes, go ahead.
So I'm really happy for a seminar like this. You know, as I say, I'm from the Hart College of Beauty Services. And we too are a part of this sector that is working at making wellness a part of not just Jamaica, but the world, you know? So big up to the Heart. All Heart institutions, right? But very interesting what all your panelists have said. And I want to ask this question because I know Jamaica has so many, you know, natural resources in terms of that will help with whether it is making products or, you know, just using the plant or so itself. What are we, or how are we working at getting our people, you know, not just educated about it, but more aware of how they can better utilize these natural resources? I asked the question because there are many. Before I knew much about castor oil, I didn't know the castor nut or the tree. But when I learned what it looked like, and I'm saying, how is it that castor oil is such a you know, wonderful product in Jamaica, but look at the trees, they just lie waste. You know, right, the line, the street side or the gully. And I'm not sure that we are really making good use of it. The moringa trees, you know, I'm hoping then, let's put it that way, that we can find ways to help our citizens, people like me too, to better utilize these resources so that we can monetize, you know, whatever it is that we have, you know.
Thank you so much for this, Ms. Hart. And I am happy that you use the word monetize. So it is through programs like these, and we have a rapporteur taking information as to some of the things we must do, but we have forums like these. We link with the Ministry of Agriculture that should have programs that are related to attracting farmers. As a matter of fact, I was discussing with Chairman this morning, one of the programs we need to move forward is how do we attract young people into farming? And farming is not just about food we eat, although it is so important. How do we attract you to take on these opportunities? And it is something that is a work in progress, but definitely something we're going to take on board. Now, just before we wrap up, I'm going to give each of my panelists 1.5 minutes to wrap up, because I've already gotten the wrap-up signal, and then we'll end. But thank you so much, and we definitely will take your suggestion on board. I'll start with Lisa, 1.5 minutes.
Scientific Research Council, to the lady who asked the question, has a lot of opportunities that are already packaged that tell you exactly how to do it. Other thing I'd like to mention, e-commerce, the new frontier for selling your product and service. You heard Joni said it. We have a $15 million loan that will allow you to develop that website that allows you to get your product from St. Anne's Bay to Germany. So please, we're about to announce a very exciting partnership with a tech provider that will allow that a small company to understand how to create their web presence to help them to sell overseas. Look out for it.
Thank you, Lisa. Wayne?
I just want to remind you that important point about getting people to know, as long as we approach what we're doing as a business, you will get people to understand what it is that you have to sell. If I'm in the business of selling castor oil, I must advertise, I must interact, I must interface. Too often we have very, very good products that nobody knows about. So, and a lot of the people who are in the middle of creating are not necessarily the best at business or the best at advertising. Find people to help you. I remember when you looked around in the tourism space, there was hardly any Jamaican inputs. Today, I am pleased that I'm a part of an industry that has a lot of Jamaican inputs. There's a long way to go.
Thank you, Wayne.
Long, long way to go. TLN has a lot to do with it, but I think a lot of the entrepreneurs, the manufacturers themselves are doing a lot of good work too. Knocking on those doors, in fact, knocking down the doors to get it in. So please, keep pushing down those doors. Oftentimes, Kyle is here, he's a general manager himself. Oftentimes, we only know what we know. Come in and prove to me, quarrel with me, curse me. Let me know and see what it is and prove that it is as good as the next other thing that I use. I just want to congratulate Jody. I was inspired by her presentation. But that question that they asked if it was an international brand, the answer was yes. The answer was yes, it is an international brand born in Jamaica. And I'm sure you feel good about that. But I'm telling you, one of the things that we have to always...
Well, you're 1.5.
Yes, the last half minute. Please, what you create is awesome. You must remember that it is a brand that is equal to going anywhere in the world.
Thank you. Joni?
I'll just say, as Wayne said.
No man, we want to hear something, we want you to get the last punch.
Just a reminder to use use all the entities, JBDC, JAMPRO, they're all there to assist you. It's more than putting a label on the product. A lot of it also has to do with the logistics and the back end of the business. So make sure that you learn your business, you learn the budgeting, you learn your costing. Costing is important. Make sure you learn all of those different details while you're going through the entire, so that you can compete in the international market.
Thank you. My takeaway from all this was that the tourism value chain, specifically the wellness value chain, does not belong to the four walls of the hotel. It belongs to us by all of that value that we can add, whether it is we choose to go into products directly or we choose our linkages that little further. There are different programs designed to help us. Money is no problem. It means that and training is not an issue. It means, ladies and gentlemen, students who are the future of tomorrow, we have something we can look forward to, and I'm certainly looking forward to getting more inclusion into the tourism wellness change. Ladies and gentlemen, students, thank you very much for being a part of this panel.
Wow. Wow. What an amazing presentation that was. Yeah? Director Carolyn McDonald Riley did an amazing job. And I just want you to remember this. There is money available. You need to know how to access the money. The only place you're going to find success before work is in the dictionary. You get it? You have to work for what you want. If you want good, your nose has got to run. Lisa Bell said there was $600 million in the Exim Bank waiting for you and you and you and you. All right? The question you need to ask yourselves is, am I willing to go after it? Thank you all very much, guys. Time now for us to move into our next segment, which is Fitness, Focus in Health and Wellness Tourism. And it is indeed a pleasure for me to introduce the moderator for that session. You know, she is very passionate about helping Jamaica remain one of the tour de force when it comes to tourism. In 2014, that's when her career began in the business, and she has accumulated a wealth of knowledge and experience in the hotel industry. She is always willing to share her knowledge and information, and she is raring to go. So please help me welcome our next moderator, Isia Thelwell. What are we doing here? Are we good?
You have the click off?
Here's Isia. Fantastic. Okay.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isia Thelwell, and as Mr. Cuff mentioned earlier, I'm actually employed in hospitality, so I'm the senior group sales manager at the Half Moon Resort, but I'm also a sustainable tourism enthusiast. And before I introduce my co-panelists today, I must commend the fact that we have so many young people here. I remember at the time when I was getting into tourism, not that it's that long ago, but tourism is not always seen as the ideal industry to get started in. And I must celebrate the young people that we have here today, because it really is a lucrative industry and the possibilities really are endless. So I'm excited to share along with my panelists today. We'll be focusing on fitness as it pertains to health and wellness. And I'm going to introduce my panelists now. So first we have Mr. Hakeem. So Hakeem Shields is a strong proponent in health and wellness and has actually made magnificent strides in advancing the medical field through his passion and advocacy, specifically in the field of physical therapy. He believes that health of a nation begins with healthy individuals, and as such, his health promotion is key. He received his Bachelor's of Science in Physical Therapy from the University of the West Indies in 2014, and he takes pride in serving and empowering his clients to make a change for their better health and wellness. He has a passion and quest for knowledge in health that goes beyond the field of physiotherapy and rehabilitation, as he has embarked on studies in public health, as well as also considers himself as a public health practitioner, which has made way for multiple roles he has held within the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Now, the next person I'd like to invite is Mr. Stokely Rose. And Mr. Stokely Rose is an ISSA certified personal trainer and a fitness coach. He has an innate passion for engaging all things health and wellness and really helping people to achieve their fitness goals one step at a time. Now, his company, the club, comprises of highly accredited professional trainers that are dedicated to helping men and women of all shapes, sizes, and ages improve and maintain their physical health and mental well-being through lifestyle changes and activities specifically designed for them. He's also a renowned expert in planning outdoor fitness activities such as the now famous Hike the Blue, which is a hike to the Blue Mountain Peak, which is not for the faint of heart. I can testify to that because I've signed up many times and chickened out. So I've got to work on my fitness level before I can go up for the challenge. And then my last but certainly not, two more panelists. I have Selena De Leon, and Selena is actually a past Miss Jamaica, mother of 2 girls, and a studio owner as well as a business director. She has a passion for fitness and health, languages, travel, and anatomy. She has over 20 years of experience in the fitness industry, and she is result-driven. She's a certified trainer and Pilates instructor, and I'm hoping that that's not you going to challenge me to do any Pilates today. Her start in the fitness industry was as a gym owner, and her desire to offer and practice a more fulfilling and aligned wellness regimen led her into the world of Pilates and birthed the Core Fit lifestyle. Now, along with targeted Pilates, mat classes, and weight loss plans, she combines her range of physically formulated weight loss foods with personalized coaching services, which have been proven to guarantee results. So we're definitely going to have quite an interesting conversation here. And then last, but certainly not least, we have Janique Miller, who is the Regional Physical Activity Specialist at the Ministry of Health. And clearly you can see she's already come ready and set for not only the panel, but to hopefully get us doing some physical activity as a part of our discussion here today. All right, so again, I do want to extend a welcome to all our panelists here that are joining us for this discussion on a focus on fitness as it pertains to health and wellness tourism in Jamaica. Now, I can definitely tell you from firsthand experience that, being in the industry, the demands and the trends are certainly constantly evolving, and, our clients or tourists that are coming, they have, changes in their demands. So not only do they want that promise of the sun, sea, and sand, but they want to have, holistic and very authentic Jamaican experiences that, of course, will attract them to keep coming back. And as you all know, we have, our very strong brand image. We have one-of-a-kind personalities and people. We have a fantastic geographical placement that really positions us perfectly. And, of course, we're going to have this conversation today to see how we can really maximize on those opportunities. Now, in the interest of time, we're really going to look at, some of the strengths that we have as a destination in focusing on fitness as it pertains to health and wellness, some of the opportunities that we may have not yet maximized on, what are some of our limitations, and of course, what we're going to do to receive those results. So I think it fits that we start with Selena. So just give us a quick overview. I know we have some panelists that do have a presentation that they'd like to share. So we'll go with Janique after Selena, and then we'll do Hakeem.
Okay. Not sure if this is working. Yeah? So I think what I would have to offer in terms of what a tourist might benefit from coming to Jamaica and partaking in what I have to offer. Can you hear me? Volume? Okay. So what I do is I do Pilates, which is a specific form of exercise that's geared toward core strength and better posture. There are many phases of Pilates. There is a rehabilitative phase of it, which people use to regain alignment in their bodies and to help heal their joints. And if they have back problems, it's extremely beneficial for a lot of people who are compromised in their spine or have injuries or limitations. So I feel that, if you're having a back problem and you come to Jamaica and you have been lifting suitcases or you're just under pressure and you need to relax, I think it can benefit people who are on vacation. I mean, I don't travel anywhere without my ring in my suitcase. And it just helps me to reset my spine and helps me to re-engage my core and keeps me strong and toned and keeps my body in the best possible position. It's not that you have to be sweating and working so hard, because I don't know what percentage of the tourist population are coming to Jamaica to push themselves to that level. It has changed a lot in COVID. People are a lot more fitness conscious since COVID, and fitness has to play a part in their vacation. So then there's this line between how hard are you going to push when you're on vacation and how much you want to just relax and do a rehab and, just restore. So I think that Pilates fits in that category in terms of those who want to push and those who also just want to rehabilitate and restore. For people who haven't tried it, it's a unique form of exercise. It's very new, very young, but it is growing. And so I think it can help to expand people's awareness about the different modalities that they can use to, benefit their bodies and their health and their fitness regimes. Insofar as the products that I offer, I do a weight loss program. I've been doing it in Jamaica for 9 years, where I provide the foods for people, which makes it really easy to work out how much you need to eat in a day in order to just achieve weight loss. So everything is already measured, everything is already calculated for you. We have these foods that we give you, it's already been calibrated. So I know what you're eating, and then I can predict how much weight you should be losing in a week. And then along with that, I pair coaching. So you have accountability for your results, which makes a big, huge difference. You're interacting with a real human being. It's not an app. There's no data entry. You don't have to be reporting every single day. This is how much cups of rice I had. This is how much vegetables. This is how much meat. It's just easy. And it's for people who don't have a lot of time. So I'm not sure, again, what percentage of the tourism population would be coming to Jamaica to look for something as regimented as that. But definitely, I think it can add to someone's experience when they go back home. So maybe they have indulged on vacation and they're looking for a reset. These products are also available in the United States and Canada under my brand. So that can be a value added for a tourism coming to Jamaica.
And I love the fact that you mentioned that, you do not necessarily know what percentage of tourists come to Jamaica for that type of experience. But an interesting thing to note is that globally, there is a demand for, the fitness holidays and the yoga retreats and the Pilates retreats. And hopefully our audience will participate in that discussion that we'll have later to see how it is that we can, better position Jamaica for that. And yeah, we'll get into it for sure. So let's head on over to Stokely.
Everybody's hearing me? You're hearing me clearly? Good afternoon. My name is Stokely Rose. I'm the owner of Train Fit Club. Everything. So my name is Stokely Rose again. I'm the owner of Train Fit Club. We have been around since 2009. There's so many different things I could talk about today about fitness and wellness. But one of the things I want to focus on, I'm very encouraged to see all the young persons here listening to this presentation and the inclusion of fitness as part of the tourism product. I've long advocated for young persons to be enlightened, be trained, and be exposed to wellness as a very profitable source of income. The fact of the matter is, we have traditional jobs and occupation that we are driven to go into, and we do not see fitness as a viable occupation. But I'm here to tell you that This is a boy from St. Mary, Comfort Valley, barefoot, and I have grown and I've evolved and I'm living off of fitness. Selena is here. I worked for her. I worked with her for many years. And she knows what I do. And all around Kingston, people are aware of the things that I do. Specifically for the young persons, I believe that the schools, the Jamaica Move program, obviously, that I was a part of in 2016 when Dr. Tufton started it, is a very good program. However, I would want to see a more focused drive to enlighten persons in schools about this fitness product. And as it relates to tourism especially. And I'll give you one example. I'm from St. Mary, and I'm so connected to my parish. And just a simple walking, I have turned these communities into where persons from all over the world come to participate in hike activities that I've hosted and fitness activities in rural Jamaica that person otherwise wouldn't have even understood that is possible. So no matter where you are, a lot of you guys are on TikTok every day, Instagram, and I know it's a thing, but people are looking for tangible results. You can't fake that you are somewhere on TikTok or Instagram and hope that persons are going to come and see you and spend money with you when you don't understand what the product is or the service that you are putting out there is. It's just false advertisement, right? I guess we're going to get into more of the tourism product, but I'll hand it over to my, yes.
Good morning, everyone. All right, yes, my name is Janique Miller, and I am the Regional Physical Activity Specialist with the Ministry of Health Western Region. And my responsibility is to get the entire Western region in participation with the private sector to get moving, right? Hanover, St. James, Westmoreland, etc., Trelawney. And we do so by focusing on 3 specific areas: our schools, our communities, and our workplaces. But I was called today to speak a little bit about the opportunities that we might be missing here in Jamaica as Jamaicans as far as exporting our Jamaican products overseas. What are we overlooking? And one of the things that I think we have started with, but maybe we're not really exploiting as much, is maybe with the nutrition supplements and the herbs and spices that we can make here in Jamaica from our own ground, because there's demand for real food, natural food, and I believe that we have one of the best soils to bring the good food to the rest of the world. So that was the main thing that I wanted to talk about first, is the fact that perhaps we could explore or encourage more of our Jamaican citizens to look at the nutritional supplements, providing nutritional supplements to the wider world from our soil, our good soil here. But in addition to that, I'm supposed to do a presentation. Do we want to talk first and then do the presentation, the fitness presentation? Okay, all right. So let's go forward and then I'll do my presentation.
Afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, everyone. Afternoon. I'm Mr. Hakeem Shields, a registered physiotherapist. I'm also a proponent of public health and wellness. In the field of physiotherapy, I specialize in sports medicine. And one of the gaps I recognize is that you'll find many international athletes leaving their countries to come here and train and to receive treatment. So it speaks to the fact that, everybody hearing me? It speaks to the fact that we do have the knowledge and the expertise here, but one pitfall I recognize is the infrastructural support. We recognize that some of our sports facilities, they would have need a little revamp. You know, technology carries us a far way. you know, and to know that Jamaica being a third world country and persons are leaving developing countries to come to a third world country to get the necessary training, because as we know, Jamaica is the sprint hub of the world. We have the Usain Bolts, the Shelley and Frasers. So athletes are recognizing that there's something about how we train, how we put our athletes and individuals through certain regimes. I think this is a platform now for us to advocate to agencies, donors, seek to secure funding to help boost our sports industry, because there is a market in Jamaica when it comes on to not just health and wellness, but of course sports. And I can speak to this as a physiotherapist specializing in sports medicine. I also have a presentation to do after, which will go a little further, but that's my simple take for now.
All right, thank you. Now, in the interest of time, we're going to jump right into our discussion. And I love the fact that in each of the overviews, each of our panelists really touched on some of the strengths that we have to really maximize on. And of course, because of our geographical location, one of the strengths that we definitely can maximize on is the fact that we have the perfect climate to encourage people to always be outdoors. And especially coming out of a phenomenon like COVID-19, one, we had a lot of persons that were contained in one space. And two, coming out of that phenomenon, we do see a demand where persons are wanting that hybrid experience. So I'd love for our panelists to, discuss a little bit about how, things like, our climate, that contrast in topography. So for persons that do need that high intense fitness regimen, they can go to the mountains and they could do like that bike hike. But you might have persons that, they are more so on a recovery path, and perhaps our low-lying areas of the island would better fit their fitness regimen. I also think just from a perspective of fitness, a lot of times we don't look at the additional aspects of fitness. So we just look at the physical activity, but how it is that, things like gastronomy is incorporated into fitness and how we maximize that for the tourism industry. So whoever wants to take it away.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm in a little voice situation here. But one of the things that as I said before, I believe in is really using the landscape to create fitness and events for our people and for foreigners. I host about 4 or 5 events each year that are really geared towards exposing persons to the outdoors and also exposing tourists who comes here to all our natural beauty. One of the last events that I did was in Castleton Gardens, Jamaica, and a lot of you guys who know Castleton drive past every day. It might seem as just a garden that has no heritage or no history, but I've cut a trail with my own money in the gardens that everybody can go and enjoy. Isn't that wonderful? Did you hear me? So this is a gift that I've given to St. Mary, and I hope to have the Jamaica Tourist Board and the gardens utilize the garden space for hiking and all different activities. Last year, one of the things that I did was to have a yoga instructor that comes in to give yoga by the riverside, to also have a fitness session, and just do a whole host of other activities. My goal really is to target the cruise ships that are coming in to Port Royal in the Kingston area, because a lot of tourists don't get to enjoy the amenities of of Kingston or the city, because they are curated space and things that they are driven towards. So you only find about 2% of tourists that come to Jamaica actually venture out into the communities, the Kingston and all those places to see what we have to offer. So I'm hoping to really penetrate the market and allow these safe space in these rural areas to become a really hotbed for tourists, and that our locals, the locals who live in these spaces, can really enjoy these events and activities.
And I love the fact that a lot of the opportunities that you just mentioned, just off a quick briefing or review, I love the fact that you mentioned that a lot of the initiatives will allow for the tourism dollar to stay in the communities. So it's not just looking at health and wellness tourism, but also how we're branching out into other types of tourism, like community tourism, because there is a demand where people, foreigners want to get to a destination and they want to interact with the locals and live like the locals.
Definitely.
And we'll speak a little bit more about that. But I also want to loop in Selena, because I know Selena has a brand of food products that, of course, is there to facilitate fitness journeys. And I just want you to touch a little bit about perhaps what the global demand is in terms of gastronomy and how Jamaica's gastronomy uniquely caters to that demand.
Well, insofar as my food products, it's a little bit distinct because, as I explained, it's a weight loss product. It's not it's not a gastronomic experience. It's specifically targeted for a result. And yes, I do have a large range of products, but it's more a medicinal component rather than something that somebody would come to Jamaica to experience.
Okay.
And so it's sort of to help people to reform their relationships with food. Now, insofar as the Pilates, which is the physical fitness aspect of what I offer, I feel that what can be beneficial for a tourist is someone who has not ever tried it before, someone who does suffer from some kinds of aches, pains, back problems that can be corrected through Pilates. There's a lot. So there's a rehabilitative aspect of it. And just a light form of fitness, getting strong, getting toned, keeping up your regime while you're on vacation instead of doing absolutely nothing. Where I feel that Jamaica has a lot to offer in terms of people's food and nutrition when they're here, something that I think has been untapped is the juices. Juicing is one of the best, and it's very popular. It's a trend now for people's nutritional journeys, and we have so many unique fruits, and we have so many vegetables. If we could just harness the agricultural sector to focus on promoting and specializing in a juice cleanse, I think that would be something that would be very beneficial to our tourists and also for the tourism industry.
And I'm going to loop in Janique, because earlier we were having a conversation about, how a lot of our local cultural and social elements, primarily as it pertains to agriculture, as you mentioned, how is it that we can, maximize that and better promote that to be a part of our health and wellness tourism product? Not necessarily just to stay on island, but also to be considered for export.
Okay. Can I answer that after I say one quick thing about Jamaica being a place to come to for fitness and wellness? And I just wanted to say that in St. James, we have this park now, a new park called Harmony Beach Park, right? And we've got a running trail, we've got the beach, we have the sunset in the evening, and we have an event once a month now called Reggae Nights, where you have the full display of Jamaican culture right there at the park. We have dancing, we have Jamaican food, we have drumming, we have everything there for the tourists, where Montego Bay is our tourist capital here on our island, where the tourists can come and get the full Jamaican experience right there in a park with a beach, So we are, in the public sector, we're definitely hand in hand, trying to work hand in hand with the fitness and private fitness industry in bringing the tourists into our country through the fitness and wellness route. Now the question was agriculture and how do we, for lack of a better word, exploit our resources here so that we can capture the foreign market with our foods. I have a limited experience with that because I don't work in agriculture, I work in fitness. However, my people are from up in the hills in St. Anne, right? My family is a farming family, lots of resources, and we deal with food, banana, yam, plantain, all of those things. And we can use those raw materials and make protein powder out of the banana or out of the yam or out of whatever, I have a trainer, associate of mine, fitness trainer, that actually bought land to farm so that he could make, I think it's some kind of seeds to export overseas to the United States. So there's a lot of room. The nutrition industry, there's a lot of room for growth. There's a lot of room for expansion as far as the market, for competitors, people coming into the nutrition space. So in Jamaica, why don't we jump in? You know, 2 feet in, we have great soil, we have a great climate, we have everything here to capitalize on that. So.
And I know we are struck for time, and I know we have Mr. Hakeem there that's sitting quietly in the corner. And one of the things I'm really anxious to touch on is that element of sports tourism and rehabilitation. So as a physiotherapist, I mean, you're perhaps the best person to ask about this. In terms of the assets that we have as not just a destination, but our people. I mean, we are known as the sprint factory of the world. We have the famous sporting personalities like our Olympic champions, we have our Usain Bolts, we have our Asafa Powells, we have Johan Blake that recently opened a rehabilitation center. And then you have other notable personalities that are from Jamaica that can, of course, attract that sports tourism to the destination. But a lot of times when people think of health and wellness tourism or they think of fitness tourism, they don't necessarily think of sports tourism immediately. And how do you think that we can, better position ourselves to make sure that that's considered a part of our product?
All right. So when it comes on to health and fitness, you are right. Persons don't automatically think about sport tourism. But if you should look, most persons that are involved in some kind of fitness program or physical activities linked to a sport one way or the other. And if by doing sports you would recognize that you will have injuries because you exerting yourself, you would have loaded your body under certain forces that may times may result in injuries. When they do result in injuries, you find that, as I stated earlier in my introductions, you have persons that leave even European countries, even USA, coming to Jamaica for rehabilitation. Why? One, they recognize that if they know nothing else, they recognize that we seem to know what we're doing, because on a consistent basis, every time we represent, we're coming first in the track and field. Most recently, we're doing well in swimming. Most recently, we're doing well in hockey. So persons around in the other metropolitan countries recognize that, boy, Jamaica is small and Talawa, but we have something to market. And persons are seeing that and are responding in a very positive way. I mean, if you look at it right now, it is at a place now where Jamaica is trying to be involved in every sport, as you name it. You have associations that are being built that are seeking funding. Why? It seems like everything that Jamaica gets their hands into, automatically, consequently, they become the best at it.
And I love that you mentioned that. But I also I know earlier you mentioned something while we were talking about alternative medicine. How is it that, considering a few of the topics or points that we touched on, how is it that, we can, again, better manage that to make sure that we're attracting persons to come here? Because sometimes, we just need that one moment to attract the tourists to come here and showcase all that there is to offer. So somebody might come here for rehabilitation and, what your recommendations may be are unorthodox, and they may need to do a Pilates session with Selena, or they may just need to do, a very specifically curated nature walk with Stokely, or they may need to do something that incorporates a little bit more of our cultural and social elements through public entities like Jamaica Moves. So talk a little bit about some of the alternative options that we don't necessarily consider when we're thinking about rehabilitation.
Okay, so when we speak about alternative medicine, we're talking about the non-conventional ways how to achieve a certain state of health and wellness. So you talk about things like, they call it Reiki, you talk about Pilates, yoga, you talk about spas. Now, you even talk about things like cannabis. So you recognize in Jamaica, can I be vernacular? in Jamaica, they say we have the best weed, for different purposes. But we all know familiar with the medicinal effects of cannabis. It reduces inflammation, it treats anxiety disorders. If it is that we have this product, we have made a good move in trying to decriminalize cannabis and trying to grow the industry because you recognize it has an appeal. It has an indigenous appeal to Jamaica. So tourists and other persons from other countries are looking down and say, well, cannabis or weed is not necessarily a taboo in Jamaica anymore. It's a conversation that has been had to say that, listen, there are medicinal properties related to this thing, and they're outside of cannabis. Persons are trying to be more proactive when it comes on to health and wellness. Rehabilitation is really reactive. Going to the doctor after you've been sick is really reactive. Right now, persons have seen the significance where your pre-morbid state before illness is of great importance. Why? COVID-19 proved that. You realize who suffered the most of COVID-19 were those that had a poor pre-morbid state. And when I say pre-morbid, I mean the state of your health before you become ill. So with that, people recognize that, whoa, I can't only wait until I get sick now to try to be healthy. I take a more proactive approach. So I have to eat well, I have to engage more in physical activity, I have to make time for sleep, time for relaxation. Those things are alternative types of medicine. This is not, food is the best medicine, sunshine is the best medicine. And we have it here, water, leisure is the best medicine. So therefore, we do have a market on the global scope to appeal to tourists worldwide. Because, as I said, COVID-19 showed that we have to be more proactive when it comes on to health. It's no longer, okay, I'm sick, let's go to the doctor. What can I do now to prevent that doctor visit?
And I know Janique is burning to add her piece, so.
Yes, I just wanted to say that even though I was born here in Jamaica, I left when I was 12 to live in the United States. I lived there for over 20 years. And I came back home specifically because of our climate, our food, our water. I had a little medical issue, and within a year of living here, that issue went away just because I was drinking our water, eating our food, out there in the sunshine, exercising right here in Jamaica. So this health and wellness tourism is a big deal. We have, like you said, we have areas that we're not really capitalizing on so much, and maybe our role here in the public and private sector, in the fitness world, is to spread awareness of the different areas that we really can make money in, that we're not tapping, into.
And I mean, I wouldn't imagine that the time would have run out so quickly, but I guess that's testament to the fact that this needs to be a recurring event. But in the few minutes that we have left, I just want you each to, share what you believe, what should be the next steps as it pertains to your area of expertise in, encouraging more arrivals, tourist arrivals, and of course, enhancing the health and wellness tourism industry, but from an area of fitness, from a perspective of fitness. Selena?
For me, the way that I see it moving forward to be beneficial for all of the small businesses, which are the service providers that have a lot of value to add to tourists, would be for there to be one platform, perhaps under the TEF, that we can all gather all of our services and showcase them even on a website or somewhere that a tourist can visit and see what else is available other than just what's being offered in the big hotels. And then that will create a trickle-down effect, and it can also be regulated on this website. So you have to have certain standards that you have to meet to be added onto this platform. But I think that there's so much that Jamaicans have to offer insofar as sports and talent and just even, our personality and food, that it would be worthwhile to have a platform that we can gather everybody together and that can, really transform the face of health and wellness tourism.
Stokely?
Okay, so, hello? Yes, I think moving forward, what needs to happen is really fitness from an early age has to be looked at as a business. The young minds that are going to be taking over just all the industries have to have the information and has to have the access in order to make themselves better and make the tourism product that comes to Jamaica a little bit better. So say, for example, you really can't educate persons about something. They have to have experience. And to allow even the young minds, the schools, the students to be exposed to fitness, its offerings, and just connectivity where the tourism product is concerned. It's really the way forward to make sure that all the things that are available, they have access to. I know a couple years ago they started a program, Top Events Jamaica, launched by the Jamaica Tourist Board, and the focus was to really highlight different areas and elements of industries. And health and wellness was one of them. I think just before COVID, it's kind of slowed down, and I would love to see the revival of that program where wellness has its place and access to all the persons that come here, and the young persons can really be involved in order to make themselves better and make Jamaica better.
Johnny, any final words?
Final words as far as fitness and tourism. Well, maybe I'm biased, but I think we have some of the best fitness instructors here on this island, okay, because of our background with the Olympics and track and field, etc. So we have a college here in Jamaica, GC Foster College, where we get certified trainers, locally certified and trained to teach fitness. Anybody from overseas can hire one of our trainers here that are local here in Jamaica that we're really good. And all I can say is, like I said, in the public sector, we've got the 2 parks, we've got the beaches, we have the sunshine, we got great food, we got great water, we have everything here. We have the hills. When I was visiting before I moved here, up and down the hill every morning I would go, and I didn't even have to run, just walking alone. Bring up your heart rate and everything, you know? So this is a perfect setting for fitness.
Hakeem?
I share the same sentiment. What I want you guys to understand, health is a state of being, while wellness is an active pursuing of optimal health. So you're not just existing, wellness is actually striving. With that said, as a physiotherapist, as I said, I mostly see patients after they have had an injury, but I'm more a proponent for being proactive for your health. Not necessarily that I don't want you to come see me after, but I'd prefer if you could prevent the injury in the first place or prevent any unwanted health outcome. So therefore, engage in physical activity. Schedule time for yourself, leisure. Sleep is important. A proper sleep pattern is important. Nutrition is key. You are what you eat. One doctor would put it. Our next doctor would put it, food is the best medicine. And as my fellow colleague said, Jamaica has a great platform when it comes on to health and wellness. We just need to seize the opportunities.
Oh, I have one thing. Before we close, I feel like we should do a little physical activity. I feel like we should move. I feel like we should stretch. I feel like we should dance. I feel like I wish we should move.
Yeah, man.
Yes, everybody stand up.
Let's do it.
All right, Mr. Selector, put some music on now so we can move a little bit. Everybody stand up, everybody stand up, everybody stand up. Give us a little music. Come on, anything. Mr. Rose, you want to lead us?
No, man, go ahead. She look like she's ready.
Mr. Lisa, you ready? You giving us a 5? Couple seconds. All right, while we're waiting, I want to give a trivia question to one of the children, one of the students here. Okay, can somebody tell me what's an NCD? NCD. Was that from a student? But that's a good answer. Okay. Non-communicable disease. Who was the first one to get the answer? All right, you get a jump rope. I have a free jump rope for you. And so while we're queuing up the music, just want to encourage. Is that the song? Is that our song? Anybody know the song? This is the Jamaica Move song. Anybody know the dance? 2. Everybody, let's go. We're gonna take it to the side. Ready for the dance? Love your body, treat your body right. Side, side, side. Come on, move it. You guys are sitting still. Ready? Take it up. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Come on, let's go. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Come on. Love your body, treat your body. Up, across. Come on, this is easy. Let's go. Love your body, treat your body right. To the side, to the side. Come on, this is easy. Yes, Miss Mullins, come in. All right, take it down. Up, down, up, down. Yes, freestyle in the front, I love it. Ready for the dance? Ready? Love your body, treat your body right. Yes, I see you. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Come on, get moving. Let's go.
Love your body, treat your body right.
Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right.
Love your body, treat your body right.
All right, back again.
You say I love me.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
I love me.
Keep it here. Keep it here. Get ready for the dance. Move like you have feeling, man, in the middle. Come on. Ready? Love your body, treat your body right. Up.
Body, treat your body right.
There you go.
Love your body, treat
your body right. Love your body,
treat your body right.
And get moving. Let's go. Up, across. Come on.
Yeah, all right.
Love your body, treat your body right. Hey.
Whoa.
Love your body. Yes, in the back.
All right.
I love it. Woo. Good job, Jamaica.
All right. You see me? You want to see me do it again?
That was needed.
Wow. Was that all right? It was a nice vibe, okay? All of that. Oh, it's your well, what an amazing panel, man. Like, let's hear it for them one more time. Yeah. Okay. So, very quickly, okay? This book, if you want to know more about Jamaica's beautiful beaches, our nature trails, and our national parks, this book is available to you free of cost. We're going to put the QR code on the screen, and you can just hold your phone up and you'll have it free online. All right? The chairman of the Health and Wellness Network, Mr. Kyle Mazie, launched it yesterday afternoon, and it's free to you. It's a great place. When you know about the places in this book, you can take a date. You can go on a date. Nice place to take a date somewhere new in Jamaica, you know what I mean? And show off your knowledge of the place. So, all of that exercise has made me very, very hungry. All right? And there are 3 words that are very dear in my life, and those words are, I love you. The only words that I really love to hear more than those 2 words is, food is ready. So what that means is that lunch is ready. So we're going to have lunch. We're going to come back here at 2 o'clock. We have 2 great sessions. The final session, Agent Sasko is going to be here as well, and he's going to perform. So you know that you're in for a fabulous afternoon. So make sure we see you back here at 2 o'clock, and we'll continue with more on this really amazing health and wellness conference. See you back here at 2 o'clock. Okay. I would like to welcome back our viewers online. Thank you so much for being with us for the last 2 days. I mean, your presence is greatly appreciated. And we sincerely hope that you have been enjoying the conference as much as we have enjoyed bringing it to you. Of course, you can be a part of the proceedings. All you have to do is to forward your questions online. You already know how to do that. So please let's hear from you because you are a valuable part of what we're doing here today. So let the show begin.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, both in Cyberland and also those of us that are in the audience. Very shortly, I'm going to be introducing my team of supermodels. So I hope they're practicing their strut when they come on stage. So our panel discussion this afternoon is about spas of the future. My name is Shelley-Ann Althea Whiteley-Clark, a proud member of the Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation, which is a department in the World Class Tourism Enhancement Fund, which is an agency of the Ministry of Tourism. Thank you. Now, the management consultant firm McKinsey estimates the global wellness market at more than 1.5 trillion. Interestingly, between yesterday and today, we know that we've been working with that wonderful $4 trillion with annual growth projected at 5 to 10%. But before we continue with this very brief overview, I think it is time for me to have company on stage. So I'm about to introduce my supermodels. So, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. And you know we're going to be clapping as they enter the stage. And they are entering the contest of the Spas of the Future competition. So, let us welcome our panelists, and I'm going to start with the wonderful competitor, Julia Bonner-Dewey, hails from the Bureau of Standards, Jamaica. Come on, clap her as she enters, as she graces us with her presence. That's right. That's right, my supermodels, I can't wait for them to talk. And the next competitor, vying for the prize of Miss Spa of the Future, Marie Hall Smith from the Face Place Institute. Strut it, Marie, strut it across the stage, my girl. Fantastic. And then following closely behind, I mean, the competition is real. Let us welcome Sandra Samuels, totally male spa. Come on, big up the woman. What I'm doing? Excellent. And then, of course, ladies, gentlemen, Ingrid Smith, floor manager, Adam and Eve Day Spa. Come on, big them up. Brilliant. Now, of course, we have years and years of experience in our presence this afternoon. So, when we think of spas of the future, now fueled by growing concerns about the true mental health crisis, and I believe all of us, we've been hearing the term more than ever, mental health. When we're at work, we're going to take a mental health break. All depends on what we consider to be our mental health crisis, which is threatening to bubble over in the aftermath of the pandemic, and a newfound importance for ensuring that our bodies and our minds are fighting fit. Hospitality businesses with a spa or health and wellness offering, of course, we are set to reap the benefits. So, McKinsey has set out the key pillars that are driving the growing health and wellness market. namely better health. We're also focusing on better fitness, better nutrition, better appearance, better sleep, and of course, better mindfulness. So let me briefly introduce my panelists. So Ingrid Smith, she's the floor manager at Adam and Eve Spa. She has over 17 years of experience in the spa industry. She's certified in all areas of general beauty therapy and has a diploma from the Excelsior Community College. She has a myriad of experiences working throughout several spas. And of course, she now oversees the daily operation of the spa and has a complement of over 40 team members. Then Madame Sandra Samuels. Sandra is a beauty therapist, which is quite obvious, right? And most importantly, she's an entrepreneur. She's the CEO of the 28-year-old Totally Male Limited. And she's proud to say the only business in the Caribbean that caters to the aesthetic and growing needs of men only, catered by women only. Sandra is a JP, past president of the Rotary Club of St. Andrew North. She's also a member of the management committee of the Hart College of Beauty Services. Let us welcome Sandra. And then, of course, Marie Hall Smith, which I'm proud to say that at one point she was my student. She was a student with the Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation. The Face Place Institute. So Marie Hall Smith, having worked under the tutelage of her legendary mother since 1997, took over the reins of the Face Place Institute of Aesthetics in Kingston, Jamaica, and also both the Salon and Spa and the Training Institute in 2006. Now, Marie, trust me, Marie resume turn up. Marie continues to be a major contributor to national development through training-related activities of the beauty industry, sitting on various lead groups of the NCT VET to develop national and regional training standards for the industry. And Madame Julia Bonner-Dewey, Director of the Standards Division at the Bureau of Standards Jamaica. She holds a first degree, double major, you can't ramp with this woman, in physics and chemistry, and a master's in business administration, a project management professional. She is also a quality systems auditor and a trainer of trainer, a coach with an interest in the growth of the MSME sector in Jamaica. And very importantly, in 2022, she was elected chair of the International Organization for Standardization Committee for over 120 developing countries worldwide. So indeed, it is my pleasure to be amongst royalty on this stage. And just heading on, I am going to start off with Madame Ingrid. Ingrid, the floor is yours. Tell us about the spas of the future.
More persons are into health and wellness now more than back then. And back then persons used to say, oh, spas is for quote unquote, you would say, money people. But now everybody right across the board is getting into spas and spa treatments. The more basic thing that would happen back then in the spas was just come in and get like a regular massage or a regular facial. Now services have upgraded to the more well-being of persons who are interested in coming to the spa. We have developed over the years in-depth facial treatments, in-depth body services, overall spa services.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And we're hoping that at some point we will experience the more in-depth aspect of the development in terms of spa treatments. So thank you very much, Ingrid. We're going to just ask Sandra, the veteran who caters to men only. Do I sound a bit jealous? I think I am, but I know I'm special, so she'll probably host a female, but not during working hours. So, Sandra, can we have your thoughts on the spas of the future?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I must say it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I have, as you heard, I've been managing my spa now 28 years, albeit for men only. However, let me just categorically say that I am committed to Jamaica and the spa industry. Whether I'm doing men alone, I share with my sisters and brothers who have spas, we share information. We are committed to the growth of the spa industry in Jamaica, hence my communication and my association with the beauty school of Heart, sorry. Now, I had a few pointers that where I see are of critical importance for the future of Jamaican spas. I have 10 points here and I'm happy that the students are here because the students today are the future of tomorrow, and there are certain changes that will have to be made. So therefore, the first thing I would say is the students need to understand the importance of the industry. Two, they need to understand that it is a business and a $1 trillion business. They need to have respect for the industry. So when persons ask them what they do, they don't shy away. We are just as important as doctors and lawyers and the Prime Minister of the country because they cannot do without us. Everybody needs to be beautiful, to feel good about themselves. Everybody needs to rest, for rest and relaxation and all of that. So when you start taking yourself seriously, then the rest of the world will start to take us seriously. So that's the main thing for the students of today and persons who are currently in the industry. Now, my second point is that spas in Jamaica need to become like a destination location. So you're coming to Jamaica, you know, some persons are coming to Jamaica, they're going to Sandals and they're going to this hotel and that hotel. My customers currently come to Jamaica and one of their first stops is totally male. So I'm a destination location already. But all spas need to have that kind of service that when their customers who have either migrated or have tasted their service go away and come back, they will not touch down in Jamaica and not want to stop by. So you need to look at your business as a destination location. That's the second thing. Thirdly, this is one of the few industries in the world that they can't swap us out with computers. So you need to understand that. You need to understand that you need to hone your skill because this business is about the personal touch. So your personality, your training, your education. I'm a proud past student of the Face Place, albeit several years ago, but they have now, they have gone, Maria will tell you all about where they are now, but they have elevated themselves to another level. And that's what it's all about. Always upgrading and reinventing yourself for the future. Number 4, you need to give your customers the ultimate experience. We sell happiness. We sell care. We sell love. It's not about a job. It's your career. And it's a career that requires you to have something more than just education. It requires you to sell self and sell health and wellness. So yourself, you have to be well as well. Well mentally and well physically. You have to look the part, because most persons, you're not going to go to a doctor if he drives a stretcher cruiser, are you? So you have to look the part of what you're selling. So take care of yourself and ensure that you give the ultimate spa experience. The next point, Jamaica has such wealth in terms of materials, the plants. We are beyond wealthy where that is concerned. So we need to start using our indigenous products. I see a lot on the floor. I'm so proud to say my brothers and sisters have seen the light and are now using our Jamaican-made products versus always having to import products. We're not saying anything is wrong with importing products, but we need to get in the market and also the exporting market. That is for the future. The next thing is understanding the business, the education again. You have to understand the business of spa business, spa and wellness business. Then we have to share. I heard it spoken about in another forum where we're talking about coming together and buying products together, and so forth and so on. However, I think of it on a further level. You come to my spa, I should have a coupon that sends you to any other wellness, a spa in Milk River, a spa in St. Thomas, because it's one Jamaica. We're a unit. And whatever my customer can benefit from, that's where I'm sending them, right? So what we need to do is to, well, I hear it in pipeline from yesterday that these places will be upgraded, and as soon as they upgrade it, because I have a particular standard for my customers, so when I'm sending my customers somewhere, they need to be of the same standard. So standards are important. And last but by no means least, marketing. We have to market our business, ladies and gentlemen, and students. You cannot have a product and not market yourselves. It's not a secret. So we have 2 types of marketing that we must do. We must market our businesses, and then the tourist board and Jamaica in general, whatever the tourism sector is marketing overseas, as I said, for us to become a destination location, you have a registry. So when they look, just like we have that magazine with all the beaches and everything, they must look and see all the spas that are of a particular standard, and we wear a seal, and then you are directed, when you come to Jamaica, of quality service. So the bottom line is quality service, knowing the business, and being a part of the future, and being a part of the 2030 vision as well. Jamaica is already on the map. We know what we have here. There is no shortage of, what I'd like to say, opportunities. We hear every day that there are no opportunities. That is not so. Everywhere I look in Jamaica, there are a myriad of opportunities, but persons are shy and are afraid of being the first. Never be afraid to be the first. I was the first in 1994. and I'm still going strong 28 years later. So I encourage everyone, students, don't think outside the box. Think about owning and employing. And that's how Jamaica will get out of poverty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Take yourself seriously. The rest of the world will then take you seriously. I like that very much. You reminded us of the importance of consistent quality service. So it's not just offering quality service. The service that we offer must be consistent. The importance of utilizing our local products, as well as really important networking. We cannot be selfish. We have to make recommendations. So it means then that we have to know about the other spa and wellness services and make such recommendations. Thank you very much. And I guess we're itching. You spoke about the importance of having our students here, and of course, the fact that I am a member of the Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation, I have to big up the students that were here yesterday, our students that are here today from our high schools. And these students are they're the future of tourism, and they are a part of the Hospitality and Tourism Management Program. And who to tell, the impressions, they are going to determine what their careers are going to be based on, I'm going to say, the veterans that are, whether we're on stage, whether we're off stage, right? And that does not, being a veteran doesn't necessarily mean that we're up in age, as my supermodels on stage, when they strutted their stuff. So thank you, Sandra. And I believe that we're looking forward to hearing from Marie, who is, we speak about the future. Education is just as important, because that is going to be the foundation in terms of where do we go. So the importance of lifelong learning. So I hand over to Madame Marie.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me clearly? I will speak loudly. I'm mic'd, and apparently that my voice carries. Thank you very much for having me here, and it's a pleasure for me to be here. I see the chairman of the committee in front of me. Thank you so much, and thank you, students, for attending. The future of spa entities in Jamaica relies heavily on you the students, and of course, the other stakeholders in the audience. And I say this, really extending from what Sandra had spoken about, and my other colleague on the panel. Relevancy is very, very important in the future of spa entities. And the Face Place Institute and the Face Place Salon will be celebrating 50 years of business next year. And how have we managed to be here 50 years later? We've managed to do so by realizing the importance of continued education and continued development. And this is done in several ways. It's done blended, now more than before, because you have off-site learning through your technology and through that medium of being able to reach learners on a learning management platform. It's done on-site. It's done in-house. It's also done at different partnering in terms of what we're talking about, networking, different organizations that are involved and under the umbrella in the industry. But training is very, very important, because training is what upholds standards. And standards in the industry for the future of spa entities, it's what's going to make us continue to grow and be recognized as global players in the market, the tourism market as well. When we think of training, we think of, yes, our traditional schools and so forth, but we must also not only adhere to national standards, but we must adhere to international best practice. And international best practice is what gives us the insight to where the future of spa trends and businesses are going. Technology has highly influenced our industry. Now we have several units of this industry that are standalone units. So for example, if you're going to school traditionally, you may have to do several units of training to get one certification. Now they're standalone units that you can do, because if you are someone who, let's say, does eyelash extensions, for example, that's trending now. If you do eyelash extensions, that is a unit of speciality on its own. And I must say and stress the importance for the future of spa entities is how you go about acquiring a particular standard of being able to operate that skill at proficiency and relevancy. So Ms. Duhey is going to speak to standards, but I just want to encourage you to continue to acquire what you need to keep relevant, because relevancy is very important for the future of spa entities, especially with technology coming on board now in our industry. We cannot be replaced by machines, but what we have to realize is that we still can't make machines outsmart us. And we have to really have strong underpinning skills to be able to deliver what we need to deliver with proficiency and relevancy. I'm going to keep it short because I know we are pressed for time, but I just want to again thank you all for attending, and it has been a pleasure for me to be here. Julia?
Thank you, Marie. Continued education and development. But what I liked is the fact that you reminded us that with this continued education and development is the importance of utilizing technology. And of course, this just impresses on us the importance of flexibility. We cannot be rigid and this is how we used to do it and that's how it's going to happen. Well, I believe that COVID has taught all of us the importance of adapting, as well as it truly impressed upon us that the only constant is change. So thank you very much. I appreciated the fact that you spoke about that what training does is that training upholds standards, which is the perfect segue as we invite Julia to speak about standards and how standards are related to spas of the future. So Julia, over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you, Dr. Whiteley Clark, and good afternoon to all the members of the participants in the audience. I'd like to thank the committee for inviting Bureau of Standards here, where I represent. So I listened keenly to my colleagues here, and I kind of said, okay, so I'm wrapping it up because I'm repeating everything they say. So technology, we know, COVID forced us into a situation where we had to use Zoom. We had to work from home. We had to do all these things. We had no choice. Previously, we were very quiet about technology. We thought it didn't. We just kind of looked at it happening. But technology is happening very fast. New trends, new product, new lifestyles, new knowledge. The consumers are changing. So there's a change in concept of lifestyle and health and wellness. And that's a reality. So previous to COVID, I think since COVID, we have persons who have died. I mean, we are very conscious of our reality that we will not be here forever. And therefore, we are now focused on being more healthy and living a better lifestyle. So COVID has forced us into this new state, also plus technology. And so we have people seeking healthy and holistic lifestyles. And this is important because one of the tools to get us into that healthy, holistic lifestyle are spas. Spas has been around since centuries, since Roman and Greek. In fact, the word spas came from spagere, which is a Latin word that was used frequently. Spas evolved previously through mostly medical spas and those areas, but as Ingrid said, and so did Sandra, there are different types of spas. People will come to Jamaica for different experiences. So we're talking about the types of spas which we hear about, we can research it, but then where do you put yourselves in that experience? As students and young people, MSMEs contribute to the greatest level of activity, economic activity across the world. So tourism is a big thing, but the small people in the tourism sector are the ones who make money grow. The barbers, the eyelash person that put on eyelash. The small person is what makes the food run. So if a community don't have those small MSMEs, that money doesn't go in a circle. So the entrepreneurship and innovation is important. So when we talk about the spas of the future, Jamaica is a country of entrepreneurs. You are great. We do great things. I heard somebody say earlier that if the Jamaicans start it, it will be done well. We will get it done and we'll get it there. So we are innovative, we're entrepreneurs. We will meet that demand. We have the resources, sun, sea, we have it. Indigenous material that Sandra spoke about, we have what it takes. We have to put it to good use. So the spas of the future will be looking at art. How artistic are you? What is your creative thought about it? Don't be afraid, I think as somebody said here, to try. There's art, but there's science, there's standards around it. Because when you talk about spas, the science is important. If you ever deliver a service and somebody gets sick, they will be looking at suing you. So you have to look at the science to support your work. And there is luck, serendipity. It happens, and if you are smart enough and you are entrepreneurship enough, you will end up with a perfect product. Sandra have this totally male spa with totally ladies doing it. What is your creative work? And standards will help structure the industry. Marie said it. If you're going to be respected internationally, then you have to ensure that what you do will test the scrutiny of international visitors. Because when they come to Jamaica, they will criticize, and they like the experience, but if something goes wrong, they will compare you to anybody else across the world. So your work has to be at international standards. At the Bureau of Standards, we have standards that can help you with that. We have standards for the management of the spa. We have standards for the spa itself. I read a book and I hear about Swedish spas, and I hear about mud spas, and I hear about those things. But there are criteria around which you have to operate. There is vulnerable publics like people with handicaps. You have to ensure that these people can access your spa. You can specialize your spa in any way you choose to, and you will definitely, once you make it well and do it well, you will be okay. So there are standards for how you document your business processes, customer service. If your internal customers, if your staff is not competent, if your staff is not happy, then they cannot deliver onto another customer. I've been to some hotels and I can tell you, the staff alone make you want to go back. Forget the food and the accommodation, just the staff. And therefore, documenting and writing down your business process is standardized in your processes. Then you have to document and organize your structure, your building. If you're going to have a spa which is different, what does it look like? What does it feel like when you enter that place? Your equipment, if you're going to be mixing, there's things now, cannabis, there's mushrooms, there's all new products happening. There's organic lotions, organic products. How do you ensure that what you're delivering is what you say you're going to will be delivering? And then you have ways to test so the standards we have at the Bureau, for example, will tell you that if you use water, the quality of the water must be at a certain level. It's drinking water at least, and that can be tested. So if you get your spa operating, there is something called certification of the spas. There's business certification. But back to what Marie said about competence and training, there's training of persons. I know you've been to spas of sorts, and I know when I go to some places, I ask for one person all the time. Because that's a person I trust. And some other person, I'm not going to that place. So you have to have competent people who people will trust, and that is very, very important. So the spas of the future, we have talked about holistic spas. We have spas that will deal with mental health and well-being, spas that will talk about stress management and those things. Those are very important places. There's digital technology. There's spas operating in the metaverse. I mean, I'm sure you've put on those three-dimensional things and you're in a space and you think you land on the moon and all that stuff going on. There's spa experience that can help you get that, where you actually think you're in a pool. In fact, you're stressing about when you have a fish pool at home and the sound of the sun is soothing. There are spas which help you get into that experience where you feel like you're in a different place. And that's a virtual reality, and it's a very real thing. I went to a museum of the future and I was in shock what they could do with digital technology. Then there is something called telemedicine. We have standards at the Bureau for telemedicine, which means the doctor can stay in his place wherever across the world and have health records which will help him diagnose you and tell you things. And you can have spas which use that technology to deal with their customers. So there's a lot happening internationally when it comes to what can change for the future. You have to just be very creative. And I think technology and digitization will get Jamaica to where it's want to go in the future. So I'd encourage you to visit the Bureau of Standards. We have a standard called JS319. It is for spas specifically. And better than that, we can make any product you want, whatever idea you have of a product, visit the Bureau of Standards. We'll find a way to help you to make that new product. And we can also link it to international standards that will help you. So we have, for just in terms of cutting it short, we are here for you as a Bureau of Standards, and we have the relevant standards. If you can conceive it, we can make it. And as we sit here, the Bureau of Standards will be here for you to ensure that you can create that artistic, innovative, creative product that will make a difference for Jamaica as we fit into the new millennium and the way forward for our country to export more and become a place to live, work, and make families. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. So, in the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists and their expertise will be available to you. They're going to be in the audience, so if you have any questions for them, then they will be more than happy to facilitate your questions off stage. And just want to say thank you to Ingrid, our floor manager, Adam and Eve Spa. Thanks to Sandra, Totally Male Spa. Thanks to Marie Hall Smith from the Face Place Institute. Thanking Julia from the Bureau of Standards Jamaica. And just to, since we're to wrap up Spas of the Future, EHL has compiled a list of spa trends for 2022, and I believe the ladies covered the same in their presentations, where we focused on the med spa, utilizing technology in our spas, the importance of the human touch, the fact that we must be at one with nature. I believe that our chairman for our wellness council spoke about, yesterday he spoke about forest bathing. So when I think of being at one with nature, just ensure that no wild animals are close by. Mental wellness, stress management, the growing dietary needs, we're more conscious of that. And of course, the need for sleep and the need for relaxation. So based on that, and I know that time is against us, ladies, thank you very much. And to our audience, I'm going to invite our panelists to go through the audience, and if you have any questions for them, then they will entertain you very shortly. So, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much, and it was our pleasure to speak to you about spas of the future. Thank you.
Hello there. All right, so now you know all about spas of the future. Those of you who have not yet become involved in that particular area, you know that there's a whole lot of money to be made. And of course, you know, this is what this conference is all about, how to get a piece of that more than $670 trillion that's floating around globally. And of course, you know, this is what we've been learning over the last couple of days. How to, from where you are, in your own spaces, how you can maximize the money that's involved. It all comes down to the money. All right? Okay. So, we just heard the penultimate panel discussion, and now we have just one more to go. Hit me with music. I think, yeah. Yeah, let me say that one more time, and I want you to all collectively respond. Hit me with, no, man, come on. I mean, let me say that one more time, and you all, I know you just ate, you had lunch, right? You're all full, but you can do better than that, right? So I'm going to say it one more time, and I'm really expecting to hear the enthusiasm coming forward. Hit me with, that's more like it. Okay. So I think Bob Marley got it right when he said one good thing about music. When it hits, you're a nice choir. When it hits, you feel no pain. So we're about to introduce our moderator for the next session, which is titled Hit Me With Music. This is a man who is the executive director of G-Track MC. Now, there's a whole lot I could tell you about him, but he really wants to get into the meat of the matter. So please help me welcome, put your hands together for Professor Lloyd Waller. Yeah. And he's going to, there you go. He's going to walk us through the next session. And then, of course, you know what's going to happen afterwards, right? Fantastic. Prof, welcome aboard. GTRMC. GTRCMC. And you'll break it down for us, so you go on. Fantastic. So here he is, the great Prof. Lloyd Waller.
So I'm just going to kindly ask the moderators to take, sorry, the presenters to take their seat, please. Testing, testing. Okay, I'm going to ask the presenters to please take their seat. So we're just waiting on one more presenter.
I'm here.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. What's up, Mikey?
Hey,
All right, so we're going to just start until the presenter actually comes. So my name is Lloyd Waller, and I'm the Executive Director for the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, which is a tourism resilience institution which is headquartered here in Jamaica, but has offices in Canada, the United States, Europe, and the Middle East, as well as Africa. And I'm particularly pleased to be here today to be a part of this discussion, which represents one of the most critical aspects of Jamaica's tourism product, and if not Jamaica's brand on a whole. Earlier, the moderator spoke about Bob Marley, spoke about all the different elements of Jamaica, and at the end of the day, what Jamaica boils down to for many persons, it's music and food and people and energy. Now, both music as well as wellness are today as important worldwide as food itself. Both are seen on one hand as mutually exclusive, but on the other hand as interdependent, if not interconnected. From Ibiza in Spain to Sumfest in Jamaica, from the tea huntress ritual and renewal retreat in Iceland to the Mami Medicine Portal pilgrimage and retreat in Egypt, to the many spas here in Jamaica, both music and wellness represent an important aspect of both social and economic life. And indeed, as it relates to tourism, it essentially represents one of the most important components of the tourism product. Today, we are indeed privileged to be in the presence of several individuals who are in the music and wellness space and whose observations and experiences have provided them with the capacity and insights to be able to provide us with information about the future of wellness and music to the Jamaican tourism space. I'm going to ask all the presenters to introduce themselves. To be quite frank, there are a few persons here who I actually know, but I didn't know them in this particular capacity. So as a result of that, I don't want to make assumptions about who they are and what they do. So I'm going to ask the presenters to present in the order that is on the program, and you can introduce yourself, the organization you're from, and then just to answer a general question in 5 to 10 minutes. What are your views? What do you believe is the future of music and wellness in the Jamaican tourism space, and how can we expand both music and wellness to be able to improve Jamaica's tourism product? And we will start with a very captivating presentation, which will not just be a presentation, but will also be a demonstration of how this particular product can be used to transform your life in terms of spa and wellness. I'm going to ask our first presenter to introduce herself and then answer the question, and then she will demonstrate right after that the product itself.
Thank you, everyone. I'm so excited to be a part of this discussion panel. My name is Pooja Bharucha. I'm from India. Thank you. I'm from India, and I'm currently living in Kingston for the last 5 years. I have been an energy healer and a sound healer for the last 6 years. I've learned many healing modalities in India. So in 2015, I was going through some personal challenges, and that's when I decided to seek healing for myself. And not only did I manage to heal myself, I learned so many healing modalities, and I was able to facilitate healing for others too. So in my healing practice, I use these amazing crystal sound bowls. I use a lot of crystals, and I chant a lot of Vedic mantras. Now, what do these crystal bowls do? They're made with 99.99% quartz, and they're infused with semi-precious stones and minerals. They're attuned to the frequency of 432 hertz, which is the frequency of connecting with nature. They are also attuned to the notes of a 7 main chakras. So our chakras are our main energetic centers. When I play these bowls, and I have 16 of them, so today I've just brought 2. When I play them, what happens is that the energy, the vibration of our body, our cells, our organs, tissues, endocrine system, metabolic system, they all are raised to a very high level. So you may be holding trauma in some cells, you may be stressed out, you may be an overthinker, or you may be depressed. What these bowls do, what sound healing or sound medicine does, is like it helps you heal on a cellular level. And this is definitely, I think, a beautiful way of healing, because sound and music, everybody loves sound and music, and it will always be a part of a healing culture. So I believe that sound healing and sound medicine is the next future, because, who doesn't like sound? Given this platform here today, I think this is an amazing platform for me to showcase my skills and also how can I promote sound medicine to Jamaica, in aiding healing and wellness. So I'm very grateful for this platform today. Thank you.
And now we'll be treated for the next 3 minutes with a demonstration of this fascinating technology.
So I have 2 bowls. This is sugilite infused with platinum, and this is carnelian. This is attuned to the frequency of your heart, and this is attuned to the frequency of your root chakra. Root chakra deals with survival. Where will you get your next money? How will you survive? Your clothing? How's your physical body? And this is, of course, matters of the heart, grief, compassion, forgiveness. When I play them together, it brings out an amazing vibration. So I would like you all to just close your eyes and just attune to the sound. So when I want to manifest something, or in my clients, I would play the bowls in a clockwise direction. And when I want my clients to release something, let go of something, I would play the bowls in an anti-clockwise direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was listening to the music and the sounds and the frequency, and I almost fell asleep. And I'm here to tell you what she's saying is really true. I mean, I personally can't fall asleep in the nights without music. You know, that's just me. Thank you very much, and I'm sure afterwards you'll be hearing a lot of persons coming to you, speaking to you about the technology, and possibly how you yourselves, specifically with regard to the children, the young persons here, how they can get involved in terms of looking at music and frequency and energy, and how it can be a healing factor in terms of health and spa. So we have two presenters online, but we're just going to do the persons who are here first, and then we're going to move online thereafter. And we just spoke about wellness, and we're now going to jump into music. And our next presenter, everyone knows Agent Sasko. Our next presenter will essentially be answering the same question. What, in your view, your experience, your observation, is the value of music to the Jamaican tourism product and brand Jamaica? How do you see music transforming Jamaica and Jamaican tourism product itself?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Campbell, also known as Agent Sasko, also known as, formerly known as Assassin. And thank you. I've been a lover of music as far as my memories go back, and I've been a performer professionally for, I don't know if I carried 21 years. So I've been at it for a while. And how does music factor into tourism? Well, tourism is pretty much the exporting, if you will, but then people experience the product while they're here. So even though you're exporting a culture, people still get to come and experience that culture while they're here. And of course, music is a very integral part of culture. It reflects the culture, it represents it, it shapes the culture in many ways as well. And it is one of the things that you can export readily, right? So you can't take up the beach and, carry it to have people experience the beach in Jamaica, in the world, right? But of course, them can turn on them radio or go online these days and experience a bit of Jamaica through the music. So in that way, it's a great vehicle of export as far as the culture goes, and by extension, people might be interested in seeing Jamaica after listening to music. As a matter of fact, that has been my experience in traveling for the last 20 years. People be like, oh man, I love Jamaica, I love your music. If they haven't been there before, they vow to see Jamaica sometime, and their exposure to Jamaica is up to that point is music, maybe sports and things like that. So it's important in that regard. As it relates to wellness, let me say if we can test your music knowledge for a little bit. One good thing about music. All right, see the amen. So Bob Marley said it best in that line, and I think we can all agree. If we love music and enjoy music at any time, yeah, you put on certain songs when you're in a particular mood. You put on certain songs and it brings you to a particular mood. And so in the same way, it works with wellness as well. You have some song where just, as you say in Jamaica, build a vibe, right? You put on a song and you just feel the vibes. And of course, music is vibrations, right? As the demonstration a while ago. I'm sorry, I don't have anything as impressive, but that's incredible, by the way. But yeah, it's our vibes, and a lot of times you find that people they are proponents of the same kind of thing. It's just that their definitions are different and their way of presenting it is different. So it is very much very similar vibration. So when somebody say, yeah, man, I feel the vibes, they're really feeling the frequency, and that's what all of that is. So no matter how you cut it, when you go back to the ancient Buddhist monks and things like that, music is a critical part of their whole exercise. When you talk about meditation, when you talk about even certain sounds that people use to sleep, like playing water sounds and things like that, we can't deny that sounds and music is a critical part of how we experience the world. And what I do in terms of performing and music with words is just another representation of that. Of course, you have music where it's just instrumentals, you have music where it's just percussion, whatever. Music is music, and music build a what? Build a vibes. So later on, hopefully I can give you my demonstration of the vibes, you see me? So later on, check that out.
Absolutely brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Thank you very much for that. Already we're seeing something that all astrophysicists knows, which is the importance of sound and harmony and frequency as a healing property, whether it's the use of technology such as what was presented earlier, or whether or not it's something that it's auditory and comes directly from your voice. Both play that important role in terms of transforming and healing and transcending human beings through frequency. We now have another presenter, John Baker, the owner for GJAM Studios. John, tell us about your experience, your observations, your experiences as it relates to music and the future of music, and how music can transform and enhance and scale the Jamaican tourism product and perhaps even brand Jamaica.
Can you hear me?
We're hearing you. We're hearing you.
Good. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. So as the founder of a lifestyle brand, which is GJAM, we cross over distinctively into music and into hospitality. I think probably more so than the business on the planet. I say that because our model is directly linked between having the recording studios and the creative industry merge with also a hospitality experience. I think that the one thing that someone said about music, and they were adjuncting it to film, music is the entry into your soul. And it doesn't matter what music you're listening to in any shape, form, or manner, it has a way of infiltrating you. Film is a different type of thing. That affects an emotion, which when you go in to see a movie and you've had the conglomeration of acting and the scenario and the music together, it affects you emotionally, as does music. So with those 2 points, I think it's very well situated that, we're in Portland, we're in the rainforests. I say that when you come to stay at GJAM, you have a lot of green therapy. And that doesn't just mean, obviously, cannabis. It also means the rainforest and the noises from the rainforest and the noises. A lot of my guests speak about the environs, and they talk about the crickets, and they talk about the sea. And this all crosses over into all of the common denominator of sound. So we are very, very sensitive to what we curate to our guests, whether it's in our restaurant, bush bar, or in the rooms, because we know it's such an important part of the experience. I think it's also And Assassin was saying, my good friend, in fact, I've got two good friends on this panel. Mikey Bennett, we produced You Can Dial My Number. How many years ago was that, Mikey, with Colin Davis? Sometime, right? And Assassin, who we've done lots of projects with, who's a fantastic artist. But I think it's important that we should note that if you go through hospitality and you go through a lot of the different territories, whether it's Dominican Republic, whether it's you name it, they've all got their own indigenous music, but nothing is even close to as strong as Jamaican culture and music. And I think that's what sets us apart. Cuba, possibly, because there's a very strong salsa thing, but that's more in Latin America. There's obviously, but nothing like reggae. And I think that's what is the unique selling point, and that's why I think this panel does make a lot of sense, is the fact that we are situated in such a rich area of talent and culture. So we are well positioned, and I think a lot of other hotels and hospitality outlets are using music but don't realize the importance of it, but it's just natural.
Thank you very much. So we're putting it together now. So what we're hearing is that sound, music contributes to wellness and frequency, to healing and harmony. So I'm just taking the one word from earlier in terms of harmony. So we're kind of getting a better understanding of the connection between music and wellness and how it can help you as an individual and how it can be promoted and marketed as a mechanism to productize and as a mechanism for other persons to come to Jamaica and be healed through the music and the frequency. So we have one last presenter, which is Mikey Bennett, and last, certainly but not the least, we'll save the best for last, Mikey. So we're waiting for you to chime in now in terms of your experiences. How do you see the music industry contributing further to the Jamaican tourism product and brand Jamaica, generally speaking?
Well, my recommendations will be based on my over 40 years in the music industry. I've seen a lot. I mean, I've seen the change in income streams. I've seen the growing challenges presented by this new digital age. And I've heard the recent criticism of some aspects of the music industry. But most importantly, 2 years ago, I had the opportunity to coordinate a program at UTech, looking at songwriting, production, engineering, etc. And one of the things that came to me, being at UTech, was that UTech was probably perfectly placed to present something sonic to Jamaica, a reference studio. For a country that owes so much to music and to sound, we don't pay a lot of attention to it. There's a winning template in Jamaica that works and will continue to produce, excellent work, and that is the sports track and field situation. They go in early, they train, they develop, they mentor, and they present standards. Music is a science, and a lot of science is involved in music. So the art of music is also a science. What I think is really lacking in Jamaica right now are trained engineers. And John will tell you, when we started out in the music business, there were probably about a dozen, notable studios in Jamaica. That we probably have 12,000 now, different size studios. And what happened now without the gatekeepers, the natural gatekeepers of radio, people go straight to the internet, straight to YouTube. And I can tell you personally that 90% of the songs that are uploaded should not have been uploaded. When we speak about music, sometimes we're afraid to speak technically. Sonically, a lot of them are just bad. They don't sound good. As John will tell you, to break into top 40 radio and big radio stations right across the world, the ones that create the million sellers that we love, 99% of the songs that come out of Jamaica have to be mastered to meet that sonic standard that is set by these entities. Jamaica has fallen short. We have never seen it fit to invest in a serious engineering program. A lot of youngsters out there now, based on their own like a brilliance and a genius, trying a thing. We need to channel this. UTech is properly placed to create what we call a reference studio. They have all of the departments there. There's the architectural department, the mechanical department, the technological departments, and all of them should come together and bring in some experts and create a reference studio, and at the same time offer programs in engineering. And the country needs at least 3 of them. So sound, as important as sound is, to make sure that this sound continue to, to help us and to treat us and to bring people, we need to invest in that infrastructure that is going to make sure that the sound that coming out of Jamaica duly represent the creative talent of Asaska. So we can always get into more after this.
Thank you very much, Mikey. Thank you. And thanks to all the panelists. So what are the takeaways? Music, wellness, both play an important role in terms of human harmony through frequency. And more importantly, for those of you who are interested in a career, that certainly there is a career in music and wellness in the Caribbean, in Jamaica. And I'm pretty much sure after the presentations that the guests, the presenters can be available for further discussion in terms of where do we go from here, if it is that you are interested in this particular career. Pooja, I'm going to ask you to close the presentation with just 1 more minute of that fantastic frequency. I think we all need it. But going into the weekend, just 1 more minute and very good. 1 more minute and we can just close and move forward. Can we get some silence, please, so we can actually hear and feel the vibration?
Nice meeting you. Thank you so much.
That's it.
Thank you, Professor Lloyd Waller, for the insights you just shared with us a while ago and your amazing panel. We want to thank you for that as well. So that brings us to the end of our show for the last 2 days. We'd like to thank you very much, and it's time for you all to go home now. Hell no. Okay. Before we bring things to a close, the grand party that we have lined up at the end of this, I would like to say once again thanks to a few persons who have really made the last 2 days as special as it turned out to be. Because without these folks, we'd just not be able to do this. And so please allow me to say thank you to our partners, the Ministry of Tourism and its agencies, Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, JHTA, JAMPRO, Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, Jamaica Business Development Corp., the Exim Bank, folks with all that money waiting for you to apply for it, Bay West Wellness Hospital and Clinic, RADA, the Development Bank of Jamaica, ATL Automotive, and the Bureau of Standards Jamaica. Thanks also to the production team, Montego Bay Convention Center, John Swaby Productions, M1 Jamaica, and Thai Flora Limited. To put the cap on the formal proceedings, I'd like to invite back to wrap things up for us, the director. You've seen her here, Carolyn McDonald Riley, director of the TLN. She would like to just sort of, again, just kind of give us a recap of some of the things that we have seen and we have experienced over the last, well, today in particular. And once that is done, then it's going to be showtime. Yeah. So, Madam Director, would you please join us up here and share with us your thoughts on the day's proceedings? Yeah, okay. She's over there hugging Sasko. You know what I mean? What can I tell you? It's a tough job, right?
Thank you so much. And I really don't want to be standing in the way of Agent Sasko, you know. But here I am. I'd really like to thank you. It has been a really wonderful 2 days. Really wonderful. And I'd like to greet, I know we still have a few of our dignitaries here, so I'd like to recognize them first, like the president of our GHTA, Mr. Robin Russell. I believe our ED somewhere around, Dr. Kerry Wallace. Chairman of the Health and Wellness Network, Mr. Kyle Mees. Members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and I say my students, we've really come to the close of a wonderful 2 days. It's a great honor for me to have this opportunity to close our 4th, 1, 2, 3, 4, Jamaica Health and Wellness Tourism Conference, bringing together leaders in the health and wellness tourism industry from Jamaica, the Caribbean region, and around the world. I'm truly honored and delighted. This conference was organized over 2 days by my division, the Tourism Linkages Network, over 2 days. And what we sought to do was to strengthen the linkages between the health and wellness sector and other sectors of the economy, particularly agriculture and manufacturing, while promoting and showcasing Jamaica's unique health and wellness offerings. But I want to pause to invite them in here because this is really a lot of work. I want to invite Tashika Clark. Let us clap them as we see them. Simone Harris, who had the lead on it. Daniel Leon, Yannick Priestley, Sashana Riley. They're at the back of the room. Aisha, really a great team I have that propels me to do this work that we have to do day after day. And I know Tiana is somewhere, our newest little addition, working in the wings. Thank you, guys. You were awesome. I'd also like to thank the team from the Ministry of Tourism. And we had 2 ministers. Over the 2 days, we had our Honorable Minister Edmund Bartlett, of course, and we had the Minister of Health, Dr. Christopher Tufton, who sent his recorded presentation. I'm extremely pleased that the conference has not only grown from strength to strength, but also has been well attended by our stakeholders, some in the audience, some online, and we included government officials, policymakers, and industry practitioners. Over the course of the past 2 days, it made us realize that we should continue loving ourselves, treating ourselves well, making ourselves healthy. Health leading to making ourselves wealthy. So wellness is not our only goal, but we really need to get on board, not just for us, but for our families and loved ones. I'm also reminded, frequently asked question, which is also asked, why are you doing it? And then later asked again, why, how did you do it? However, we will eventually discover, as we always do, that leading a healthy lifestyle will make us a better version of ourselves. Do you agree with that? Yes. We always want to see, just like how we're very interested in seeing a new and improved version, it is very important that we seek to improve our own version. So, on behalf of my team and the Tourism Enhancement Fund, we'd really like to thank not just the other ministries involved, especially the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and we know we would have had agriculture, but our partners that were here, we had 4 partners with us. We thank them. They are outside. I know you have visited Exim Bank, DBJ. We have seen Alex and BMW, right? Another fine addition to your healthy lifestyle. But our participants here, the persons who are part of the value chain, those persons that makes the spa and our health and wealth experience awesome. Indeed, we are grateful to you all for being here, and while we tackled the worst pandemic, a number of you were busy coming up with innovative ideas, innovative products to ensure that we have a better tomorrow. I'd also like to close by thanking our Honorable Minister for reminding us of a Global Wellness Economy Report and Hospitality, which has said in unprecedented ways the healthy hotel concept, which going utterly upstream to airports, airlines, cruises, injecting so much wellness and programming into the profusion of an ever more creative destination. Additionally, I would like to thank specifically my Executive Director, Dr. Kerry Wallace, for his leadership, his guidance throughout the planning and execution of this event. I would not close, however, by saying thanks to you, the audience, who graciously sat here for 2 days. Some of you won, and also to my online participants who listened, who contributed through the discussions, through the questions. You were awesome. This can seem as a part of the health and wellness tourism, but the panelists who we had, who kept us engaged, who gave us new ideas, who strengthened us at the linkages, are resolute to say, okay, what is next on the agenda? And for those of you who are wondering what is next, please follow us on our TEF pages, using our Instagram, our Facebook, and on social media accounts so that you can see exactly what is next. Not just for health and wellness, but we have quite a number of activities. And the Dwight Crawford, who is in the room, would not allow me to leave here without inviting you to Mobay Reggae Nights. This is an event that's going to be in Montego Bay every last Sunday of the month. It's an awesome experience for us to come, enjoy. It's a family event. It starts at 4 each last Sunday, and it goes until 11 o'clock. Come and get authentic Jamaican experience all round. And that's at the Harmony Beach Park from 4 to 11, and it is free. I also hope you have enjoyed the networking opportunities throughout the conference and will take advantage of the technical expertise that the Tourism Linkages team can offer going forward. Again, we want to thank you, all the presenters, panelists, technical team, and all those who made this success a reality. I'm truly satisfied that our guests were able to experience so many different examples of opportunities. And now, I will no longer stand in the way of an exciting performance that we have as a treat for you. Do enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you so much. You know, I can tell you this won't be a sit-down session. We're going to make this one hell of a party. The folks online, they can dance at home or for wherever they're watching. But those of us here, I'm going to invite you now to stand and move forward. Okay, come on up. Get up, stand up, because We are in for one hell of a closing, all right? So, come on, everybody, move up front. Get closer, get closer, get closer, get closer. You know, one of the things that I've noticed about great performers over the years is that they have a few things in common. They have not just style, but they have substance. And that's what gives them longevity. They also have content. They have several hits. And so therefore, they're able to stand the test of time. They're also very good at knowing their craft and what they do and how to do it well. And they manage to keep pace with the times, and they change as things go along. And of course, the artist we're about to enjoy is one such person. I've watched him over the years. I can't tell you that I know all of his songs, but I know that he has been winning over the years, all right? He's been written about severally locally, in our local newspapers, and of course, you know, the Washington Post, which is one of the world's most well-known newspapers, has also written about him as well. Kendrick Lamar, I think, he was also very instrumental in helping to build his career. And so it gives me great pleasure, and you're going to help me to introduce him, to introduce to you for the closing of the 4th Health and Wellness Lifestyle Conference. Please help me welcome the fantastic, the remarkable, the amazing Agent. We're going to do this again, Agent.
Check, enough respect in all aspects. Yeah, man. Enough respect. All right, so while I'm work out some technical issues right there, so we just went through the theory of music and wellness and everything there, right? So now is the practical part. This is where I go test out the vibes, right? Dr. Dre, you have anything for play? No? You not come up yet? All right, in the meantime, one good thing about music, and it's a hit me with music. Let me say if you don't know that one. You know that one I say, give it to me. No. Allah, you don't know it? No, but I know there's some more started. More started at the part where I say, well, everybody say, whoa, yeah. Whoa, yeah, whoa, yeah, whoa, yeah. Let it play, Dr. Dre. I'll know. Come let me have a go to that show, you a cappella, you know. All right. But let me see now. All right, me see some school. Oh, it's one school, one on there. All right, hold on. They one on there now. Yeah, them school I know. That are the same school, lad? See when me the color them look similar. This one is which school this year, sir? Mushet High. No respect, Mushet High, and right also is Fern Court. Which parish you not hail from? St. Anne. Trillon in the building, St. Anne in the building. Any other school in the building? Archers, NSTA? Or the beauty part? Oh, I could have tell that still. Dr. Dre. I'll play with him, I could test out this thing and I could see what I go on. Now come on, everyone, forget your troubles and all the vibe and carry on. Everybody carry on, and if you all in a vibe, just wave your hand. So come on, everyone, forget your troubles and all the vibe. Mushet, you are going on. Hey, follow me now. Hey, St. Anne crew. When we say big up every massive and we big up every crew, you know say nobody now swagger like. So then, put your man. Oh, and it no really matter if it's only at 20. See from your nose, say your pocket them no empty. Put your man. Hold on. All right, dance all massive. You know so we not here right now. If I your own clothes you are here, just put your man. I'm see something, level there. Big up all who squeeze a door, find a way if you come in. Let me see all of the people that may pay if you come in. Well, on a two lion wicked boy. Pull up. Remember say you can't tell life on Friday, you know. Now, as we talk about feeling a vibe, you see the music, what you call it? What you call the exact technique? What is that called? It's just, what you call it? Sound bowls. You have any sound bowls for like heal people's heart and them thing they like to cleanse the heart? You have them? Listen, me and you can probably discuss a business where we're going to sell enough of them at Jamaica because we want enough. All of the clean heart people raise their answer. Good. So we're not going to sell none in here, but here we're going, if your heart don't clean, please don't sing. Play that one of Dr. J. Hey, when you take off the dark glass, I will give them another. Me say if your heart don't clean, don't sing. Right about now. The clean heart people, tourism and arts when fun build up on yourself. Sing with me and partner. It say, when I see my friends become my enemy, say, I ask if me say if your heart don't clean, don't sing. I clean heart people. Sing with me and partner. Say, cause I know. Say what? Say dirty heart. Oh, they are like the trees we can't bloom, and they shall surely do what? Said I know, oh yes we know, but the young can't wash with soap. The meditation piece up like boy, and they shall surely do what? Hey, watch out now. I'm on say you me no go make enough of them. I go like that junior. Bad mind stuck in a them head like a tomb. I say them fake like tree stripe. Pan a Nike made by Puma. Them tell Bolipa lies for the Lipa room. Start go you natty them. Say you crack out, get your visa you fly out. Them I pray for you drop out. Them all sit down and I calculate pan in a your account. Them say them are your friend, but them heart warm. A poor blood clean out people say they dirty yard. Yeah. Oh, they are like the trees we can't bloom, and they shall show only the one. Said I know, oh yes we know. When we talk about music and the culture, remember say, you have a man that represent the music, the world around, and him sing a song about them too, you know. The great Bob Marley say, man to man is so, and I don't hear you. It say, you don't know what, who. I can't hear your massive it say your worst enemy could be how the great man say, and your best friend, what? Your worst. Lord God, because I want them to, cause some will eat and drink with you. Oh yes, you know, say that are true. And then what? And then behind them so super you. But no, other part, it's a what? Only your friend. So what? Solely. Can do a massive. Oh, let the clean heart people say, who the cap fit. Say what? I don't hear you with say, who the cap fit. Say what? So kill the rhythm, Dr. Jerry say. Oh, dirty heart can't sweep it broom. Oh, they are like the trees we can't bloom, and they shall show only what? Remix. You seek of only vanity, they got no love for humanity. They shall. Man. Oh, no, I couldn't know no tune. Man. Around about now, I don't know much time I have on them thing there. Oh, just go on, what I say? We just go and run some tune. Which one? Butterfly. You know, say, I don't really mind song, and my daughter song, and she not there, so. We not. All right, before we get to that, everybody, if you have a phone with a camera upon it, let me see you. Put up an answer. Hey, no ramp with me, no mush. Me know the whole on our phone, you know. If you have a phone with a camera, please turn on the camera, but don't point it on me. Please turn it on yourself. And right about now, you're going to sing a song to yourself. And if you have your Twitter or your Instagram account, you can post it later. But more you post it when you sing this loud in the camera. Let's go, Dr. J. Hey, watch out now. Hey, see you now. Hold on there. Yeah, man, turn the phone on yourself, man. Yes. Yeah, man. Yeah. Any filter you want to use. Hey, you have no filter with no trophy on it. Let them know say you a winner. Oh, yes, you know that I am, mama. So now, me want you look deep in your phone, so I may do all of them know. Hey, right about now, we're going to tell them, say you're winning right now, yes, we. Oh, yes, you're winning right now, but we forget the job, fit to what we're living right now. And I spend fun, that's how we're winning right now, yeah. And we're chilling right now, Lord. Oh, yes, you're winning right now, what? A Thanksgiving right now. All right, so the nice part, I'm looking at the phone, I met them. I'm going to go tell them, say, I'm with. When I hear you, massive say, yeah. Hey, looking at your phone, I'm tell you.
Hey, watch her now. Hey, see her now. One of the argument. Say I'm a walking W. Learn from the L's. Return them in a medals in a trophy and belts. Every day you see me with the on the next level. We break records like we crack in eggshells. Every single ounce of effort we expel. It's all about progress. We have to excel. So watch them. Looking like success, you just well. Boop. Another knockout for them ring the next bell. We about to send the haters a card to get well because them sick of it. Them see you living well and them sick of it. Well, that's the old gist of it. I hate in them duty when winning and you have it. So once again, tell them, say, I'm with. No, they don't believe in it. Tell them, I'm with. Oh, you're looking at your camera, say, I'm winning. Lord, hey, watch, I know when see you know I'm going to tell them, say, what? We're winning right now. When? How we forget the trophy to what we living right now. Make the whole of them know say that we winning right now, yeah. And then we chilling right now. Oh Lord, we winning right now. So we know say Senton and Trillani there. But anywhere you forward from, every day you see we are the reigning champ. At the cloud with the silver line we reigning from. If you see some of the places where we hailing from, it's just the type of place you should be failing from. But now we're winning. Yes, every part and every ending, and I hope you listen keenly to the words that I'm singing. You know that there's no giving in no matter the circumstances we're living in. So one more time, tell them, say. No, me know you're the back address, say. Hey, one more time, make me hear you. Boy, and if your shoes not squeeze, you just walk up and down in the place like so. Oh, we winning right. Like. Oh, yes, you're winning right now, but we forget the trophy to what we living right now. One more time, sir. And we chilling right now, Lord. Oh, yes, you're winning right now. At Thanksgiving, take it down, Dr. J. So, as the proceedings are drawn to a close, I want to say, of course, give thanks for the organizers of this event. It is wonderful to let the young people know the opportunities available in different sectors. And of course, tourism is one of our main sectors. So of course, the juvenile and Pino Wagwan, right? Get home safely and do remember, I want to Dr. Dre, why you look so confused? Is who trouble you? Yo, take out the glasses, the man. That's your problem. Now, before we go away, remember, so the good anthem say what? The first two words of our anthem say what? Eternal Father. So that means no matter what go on, what I tell the world, say what? We put the Almighty, that me I talk about. Let this play, Dr. Dre. Well, it's another one, you see, you know. Tell them, say, who got this? You know. So I'm going to tell them, the Almighty I protect me. Say the Lord will not forsake me. Say Jana, go make me suffer by the hands of the wicked. When some little bad mind are wicked, we no care if they hate me. Boy, oh my God, now forsake me. Say Jana, go make me suffer. Alright, hard one go tell them. Me say them want to be better things, them know them can't. Them can't do nothing cause I know Psalms the chant. The Lord's my shepherd, I shall not want. Shall make you reap the blessing cause I good deeds to plant. He maketh me to lie by the still waters. But I protect me from all troubles and disasters. Yeah, though we are walk through the valley of the shadow of death. No time we don't fret. Say, Jah will protect me. Oh, the Lord will not forsake. Say, Jana, don't make me suffer by the hands of the wicked. When some little bad mind are wicked, we no care if they hate me. Boy, oh my God, now forsake me. And Jana, don't make me suffer. I'm gonna go pray then. Oh yes, we call upon the Father in the time of trouble. We call upon the Father cause he rough in the struggle, but although things sticky, we keep a pride. And the Lord provides, so we pat always a bubble. Stay by we side and no leave we alone. Him always dead, y'all in the war zone. He make David slew Goliath with a sling and a stone. Hey Jamaican massive, I love you to the bone. The Almighty, you protect me. So the Lord will not forsake me. And Jana, go make me suffer. Love and respect. I see you next time. My name is Agent Sasko. But Dr. Dre, I just made it one you play. Banks. Yeah, before we go away, still. Why am I look so play the... Yeah. Before we go away, one more. You see, especially the young ones, just understand, say, you have the entire life ahead of you. Understand, say, your life is what you make it. And you can make it regardless of where you're forward from. So my song says something like this. Hey, watch you know. We put your first and second and third. Watch your blessings come forth. Where blessings come forth. Oh yes, it is a miracle to make your thing shot and not end up a gun coat. End up a gun coat. Say, growing up on the banks of the hope. We never give up and we never lose hope. Say we never sell out and never sell dope. No, ironically, everything what we say, they say is dope. Listen, it never break with spirit growing up broke. Roll out smelling like carbolic soap. Yes, a regular we run boat, just we stay afloat. And we run joke, just we cope. And here I know, social mobility, limited scope. But mama made me know say time longer than rope. And we not frightened if we not no car we used to go without. From food stamp and no stamp full up a passport. Hey juvenile, no put no gun in your transport. Flick a leg no bank note, that are the wrong sport. Everybody want a bus like public transport. We a hold the fort, everything curry like gold. Put that first and second and third. Blessings come forth, where blessings come forth. Oh yes, it is a miracle to make your thing shot and not end up a gun code. End up a gun code. Say, growing up on the banks of the hope. No time, never give up and we never lose hope. Say we never sell up. Oh, Mr. Carbolic, I'm say everybody I look like them no one name. So pull up, stop. Is me alone ever be with a Carbolic soap inside here? Oh. Yeah, you have to be proud of your thing. Now, listen, if you be with Dove and Irish Spring and all of them, God bless you, but Carbolic people, big up on yourself and always be proud of your Carbolic soap. That me I talk now. No, I like run one survey all the while, you know. Because you have Carbolic and you have Dove and Irish Spring and all these things. Now, regardless of whichever soap you use, you have two types of people in the world, see? And these are the two, and we're going to see who they are. You have the people them who when they use the soap and it get little, them fling it away. That is one set of people. But let me see if you have the next set of people now. You have the next set of people. All right, so my people them this now. You have the people them and know say you wait till you have about half dozen little soap. All right, thank you very much. Blessings. Love and respect.
Agent Sasko. Whoa. Was that all right? Was that all right? Hey. Huh? You want more, huh? You want butterfly? Listen, that brings us to the end of the Jamaica Health and Wellness Conference. We invite you all to join us again next year, 2023, the same time, possibly the same place, for yet another amazing 2 days of health and wellness. I'm Michael Anthony Cuff, or should I say I'm Agent Michael Anthony Cuff. Thank you so very much for being such a wonderful, wonderful audience, and please stay healthy and well. Take care.